So this is the first tutorial related SVG animation, and in this tutorial we are going to learn how we can include an SVG image in a HTML document. With that, also we are going to learn how we can change SVG properties with CSS.
Here you can see a SVG image which I open in Illustrator software, and I'm going to use this image on HTML page with CSS. And now I'm going to open Visual Studio Code Editor and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and also open my browser, and I already create a HTML file named index.html, and also I move this image on my current working directory. Here you can see a div which class is container, and inside my style tag I style this container. I set background color, border, height and width, and margin left 30 pixel. You can see this container is blank, and now I want to insert SVG image in this container. For this, I'm going to use image tag. Simply I type img, and our file name is image.svg. So I'm going to type image.svg. So now I'm going to set this file and reload this browser. Here you can see the picture. We can use them like any other images, PNG, JPG, GIF, etc. And now I'm going to show you how can we use this image using CSS. So I'm going to comment out this line, and I'm going back to my style section. So inside the background property, I'm going to use a tag which is URL. Inside the parentheses, we need to provide the file path which is image.svg. That's it. If I save this file and reload this browser, you can see the picture, but it is coming in the background. Let me prove you that. If I type something lorem text file and save this code, and if I reload this browser, you can see it's come in background. So I'm going to remove this line. I don't need this line. And I'm going to save this file once again and reload it. So you can set SVG images in background. We can resize our file using background size property. So I'm going to show you that. Background size 150 pixel. If I save this file and reload this browser, you can see a lot of images on this div. You can see a lot of images in this div because we do not use no repeat value for this background. So I'm going to type no repeat. If I save this file and reload this browser, now you can see one simple picture. I know you already have a basic knowledge about CSS, but I am assuming that you are complete beginner. So now it's clear for you, we can use SVG images with CSS, and we can set any height and width. And now I'm going to show you the third method, how we can use SVG image using SVG tag. So I'm going to type SVG. For this, I'm going to open this image on my text editor. Here you can see the structure of image. You can see it's made with path. So I'm going to copy the whole SVG tag. Copy, and then I'm going to back to my index.html file, and I'm going to paste it inside the container. So I'm going to remove this line and I'm going to paste it here. That's it. And now I'm going to remove this CSS background property. I don't need this now. And I'm going to save this file. If I reload this file, here you can see the same picture. What is the main benefit if I use SVG tag like this? So in this course, we are going to learn that. The main benefit is we can edit HTML and CSS. If I want to change the hair color, we can. Just hover on the color panel and just drag any color. If I save this file and reload this browser, you can see it's changed the hair color. Not only that, we can use class on this path. Just type class, and our class name is 0st1, and I'm going to remove the style. I'm going to change the class name just st1, and inside the style tag, I'm going to create the selector dot st1 inside the curly braces, and now we can use CSS property and their value. I'm going to use fill. I want to fill with hot pink. If I save this file and reload this file in my browser, you can see now the hair color is pink. This fill property used for only SVG. With it, we can set background color. Let me show you something. And now I'm going to create a hover effect. So I am to use dot container colon hover dot st1. Then insert the curly braces, fill black. I just want, if I hover this image, it's going to change the background color black. So I'm going to save this file. And also I'm going to reload this file on my browser. So I reload it. So as you can see, when I hover the container, it changes background color. Similarly, we can do anything with that. We can animate this picture. We can link this picture, anything. These paths are basically object. So we can change any object color. Let me show you that. So I'm going to increase the browser size and I'm going to turn on developer option. Now we can choose the particular element, just hover on the element, something like that. And here you can see the fill color of this object. And we can change it. Just drag the color as you want. If you want blue color, just drag to blue. That's it. It's turned into a blue color. So using class, we can edit it in our style section. You can edit anything. If you want to delete any object, yes, you can. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can import SVG file in our HTML file. We can use image tag and also you can use CSS, but the best way is SVG tag. So I hope you like this video. Thanks for watching this video.
Before we learn about SVG graphics, we should have knowledge of viewport area and viewbox area. So let's see what is that.
Here you can see I opened my previous HTML file. Here you can see a div and its class is container. And you can see we specify div height and width and background color and border. And inside the container, I use a SVG image. And now I'm going to explain you what is viewport. Viewport is the area where we see the image. As you can see, this is our viewport. And now I'm going to resize my viewport. So I'm going to select SVG tag. Inside the style section, SVG. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to give a border to my viewport. Border 2 pixel. Solid. And color is black. If I save this file, now you cannot see the border because our container size and SVG image size is same. And now I'm going to change the image size. Height 200 pixel. Width 200 pixel. If I save this file and reload my browser, now you can see the border. Now this area is our viewport. Our viewport height is 200 and width is 200 also. The area in which you display the image, we called it viewport. And remember, viewport is not related to image. We cannot overflow our image outside the viewport. We can scale our image inside the viewport. Let's talk about viewbox. What is viewbox? How we display the image inside the viewport, we call it viewbox. We can zoom viewbox inside the viewport area. Also we can zoom out it. Let's make it more simple. So I'm going to open my Illustrator software. Here you can see the whole white area. This is our viewport. And you can see a shape inside the viewport. And we can place the shape anywhere in our viewport. We can move the shape anywhere inside the viewport. So we can draw SVG images inside the viewport. But if I talk about viewbox, it's related to zooming and spanning. Now I want to show this image bigger inside the viewport. And if we want, we cannot show the whole image inside the viewport. Something like that. And we can do it using our viewbox. And you can see we do not change our viewport area. But we can change image position inside the viewport area. We can scale in, scale out. And if we don't want to show the whole image, we can. So we can do it using viewbox. So let's see how can we do it practically. Now you can see our viewport is 200 by 200. Inside the viewport area, we can see an image which is came from viewbox. Here you can see a property in our SVG which is viewbox. It made with 4 values: x-axis, y-axis, width and height. It start with x-axis, then come y-axis, then width and height. And here you can see we take similar width and height like our container. If I increase viewbox width and height, we can zoom out and zoom in our picture. Let me show you. I'm going to change 900 and I'm going to change also height 900. If I save this file and reload this browser, you can see it zoom out little bit. If we increase height and width in our view box, then it zoom out our picture. The base size of the image is 500 by 500. If we increase the value, then it zoom out. And if we decrease the value, then it zoom in. Let me show you. I am going to type 200 by 200. If I save this file and reload this browser, you can see it cut our image. Means it zoom our image. It's work like in perspective. The closer you will go, the object will get bigger. Similarly, the object will get smaller as you go further. Let's bring back to the image to the normal position. 500 by 500. If I save this file and reload this browser, here you can see it's back to his own place. Let's talk about x-axis and y-axis. If I type x-axis 100 and save the picture, then this view box start from 100 point, something from here. If I reload this browser, you can see it. We can move images using x-axis and y-axis. Similarly, if I use 200 for y-axis and reload this browser, now you can see the image start from here. Inside the same viewport area, we can change image perspective and their position using view box property. According to the view box, the image start from 100 x-axis and 200 y-axis. Not only that, at a time, we can zoom out our picture. So I'm going to increase height and width value 700 by 700. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see it zoom out little bit. But I would like to back normal position. Not only that, we can use minus value for x-axis and y-axis. If I save this file, now you can see it start from opposite direction. So let's put this image in its default position 0, 0. If I save this file and reload this browser, here you can see it's back to his own position. I hope now it's clear for you what is viewport and view box. Just remember, viewport is outer area and view box is inside area. Let me show you another example that make your view box very clear. Here you can see a new SVG image in my browser. And you can see 4 different shapes in this image. It's a single image, but inside the image, we have 4 different objects: circle, polygon, react, rectangle, etc. And we call it image sprite. If we combine different image with that, if we create single image, then it called image sprite. And now I want to show every object one by one inside this view box, inside this viewport. But the question is, how it's possible? It's a single image. For this, we need to zoom this image and position this image. That's it. Our viewport height is 500 pixels. And if you notice, all the shapes take same amount of height, 125 pixels. So I'm going to type 125 for width and 125 for height. If I save this file and reload this browser, here you can see objects are not in viewport area. So we need to move their position using x-axis value. So I'm going to type 188 pixels from x-axis. If I save this file and reload this browser, you can see our first geometrical shape. And now I'm going to change y-axis. And you can see every geometrical shape one by one. So I'm going to type 125 pixels for y-axis. If I save this file and reload this browser, now you can see our next geometrical shape, circle. And if I add 125 with this value, so I'm going to type 250 and save this file. Now you can see our another shape, rectangle shape. And similarly, if I type 375 and save this code, now you can see the triangular shape. All the parameters are depend on your viewport size. So I hope now you can understand how we use viewbox in SVG. Thanks for watching this video. See you soon.
From this tutorial, we are going to learn SVG element, and we are going to start our tutorial with line element.
Assume that this is our viewport, and we create a diagonal line in this viewport. To draw a line, you should have starting point. For starting point, we need x-axis and y-axis, and we recognize it x1 and y1 point. To starting a line, we need to provide x-axis point and y-axis point. Similarly, we need to provide the end point to end the line, and we recognize it x2 and y2. So overall, we need 4 attributes to draw a line: x1, y1, x2, y2. Without this value, we cannot create the line. So let's see how we can create it practically. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor, and I also open my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document for this example. Here you can see, I create a div named container, and I set a background color and border to this container. And also I set height and width 500 pixel. And for middle alignment, I set margin 0 and auto. Inside the div, you can see an SVG tag. And inside the view box, I use x-axis 0 and y-axis 0. And I set width and height 100 and 100. Inside the div, I create a grid. For this grid, I use g tag. I will explain you later how we can create grid in SVG. And I'm going to start it from here. First, I'm going to take a line tag. And as I told you earlier, we need 4 attributes to create a line. So inside the line tag, I'm going to type x1 equal to 20 pixel and y1 equal to, and y1 is 40. You can assume that after every 10 pixel I draw a line. So this is x0, this is x10, and this is x20. And this is y0, this is y10, this is y20, this is y30, and this is y40. So our line starts from this point. And now we need to define the end point. So our x2 point is 80 and our y2 point is also 40. It's going to create a straight line. If I save this file, you cannot see a line because we need to define a stroke color to this line. So I'm going to use stroke property. So I'm going to type stroke and I'm going to give a color to this stroke, red. If I save this file, now you can see the line. And similarly, if you want to create a diagonal line, just increase the value of y2. I want to type 60. If I save this file, here you can see, now it's created a diagonal line. So in that way, you can create any line. So using stroke property, we can set color. In our upcoming video, we are going to learn more about stroke. And now I'm going to create a rectangle using line. So first, I'm going to draw a straight line. So I'm going to change y2 value, 40. So it creates our straight line. And then I'm going to duplicate this line. And I'm going to start my next line from this point. So I'm going to type x1, 80, and y1, 40. So now our second line starts from this point. And I want to end this line, this point. So our x2 point is 80, and also our y2 point is 80. And I'm going to change the color of the stroke, blue. If I save this file, you can see the line. And I'm going to duplicate this line. And now I want to start my third line from this point. And I want to end this line this point. For this, just we need to change y1 point, 80. And for x2 point, we need to type 20. It is x0, it is x10, it is x20. So I type x2 point 20. And we don't need to change y2 point. And I'm going to change the stroke color green. If I save this file, you can see the line. For our fourth line, I'm going to duplicate this line once again. Now our line starts from this point, means x20 and y80. And this line going to end this point. It means we don't need to change the x value, just we need to change the y2 value, 40. If I save this file, you can see the line. Congratulations, we just created a rectangular shape using lines. So you can see, using start point and end point, we create a rectangle. We can draw any geometrical shape with that. For this, we need to use line tag. And also we need to mention a stroke color for this line. Otherwise, we can't see the line. And if I remove the grid and save the file, now you can see without grid how it look like. I create this grid because that you can understand our points better. If we use grid, it is very easy to draw a structure. So now your challenge is create a triangle without using grid. It's not a very difficult challenge. I hope you enjoyed this challenge. Thanks for watching this video.
Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about rect element. Rect stands for rectangle. Let's see what type of attribute we need to create rectangle element.
Here you can see a viewport, and inside the viewport I create a rectangle. If we want to create a rectangle like this, then we need a starting point. For this, we need x-axis and y-axis. With that, we need two other attributes. First one is width and second one is height. So let's see it practically how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and I open my browser using Live Server extension. As you can see, I already created an HTML document and I also create a div class container. And I set height and width, background color and border. And inside the div, I already use SVG tag. And I set view box 100 by 100 pixel. And I already create a grid structure that you can understand our points very easily. So let's start to create a rectangle. For rectangle, we need to use rect tag, R-E-C-T. To create a rectangle, we need 4 attributes. And I want to start my rectangle from this point. So our x-axis point is 20 and our y-axis point is 30. And then we need to provide width. For width, we have an attribute named width. Hey, I forgot to use double quotes. We need to move this value inside the double quotation. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So our width is, I'm going to type 80 pixel. And also need to provide height. And I'm going to provide 40 pixel. If I save this file, you can see in my browser, it draw a rectangle. And I'm going to decrease this width value, 70. And if I save this file, now our rectangle looks like perfect. And by default, our rectangle color is black. And there is no stroke in this rectangle. To give a stroke, we need to use stroke property, S-T-R-O-K-E, equal to, inside the double quote, I'm going to use red color. If I save this file, now you can see the stroke. And if you want to change the rectangle color, then we have a property named fill. Fill. Inside the parenthesis, our fill color is, I'm going to set yellow. Basically, we use fill property to change background color. You can type color name, otherwise you can use hexa value. So I want to change the fill color pink. And if I save this file, now our rectangle background color is pink. And if I don't want to send, and if you don't want to set any background color to this rectangle, just you need to type none. If I save this file, here you can see there is no background color to this rectangle. For now, I'm going to use yellow. Not only that, we can set border radius to this rectangle. Then we have two property, Rx and Ry. So I'm going to type Rx. Rx equal to 10. If I set this file, you can see it reduces our border 10 pixel. You don't need to type any parameter because we use view box. And if I use Ry property, means radius y property, so I'm going to type Ry equal to, inside the quotes, basically it's worked vertically. And I'm going to set it 50. If I save this file, now you can see it's changed our shape. Rx working x-axis and Ry working y-axis. So we can change radius dimension with this value. Let's summarize this process quickly. How we can create this rectangle? First we need starting point. Here we need to pass x value and y value. And then we need to provide width and height. And we need to width and height according to this view box. Suppose this is our starting point. And I take width 70. And we need to count it from this point. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. It's worked like that. And here we set our x radius and y radius. And for stroke, I use stroke property. And for background color, I use fill property. We can create multiple rectangle in one SVG tag. Let me show you this. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to set our X point 30 and Y point 40. And I want to set width 40. And I want to set height 20. And I want to set background color green. And if I save this file, now you can see the rectangle inside the rectangle. And if I remove the radius, now you can see the proper rectangle. So using this process, we can create multiple rectangle as we want. So I hope now it's clear for you how can we create rectangle inside the SVG tag. Thanks for watching this video.
Nice to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can create circle element in SVG graphic.
Here you can see a circle in our viewport. If you want to draw this circle, then we need x-axis and y-axis. We define this x-axis attribute with cx, means circle x-axis, and cy for circle y-axis. With that, we need another attribute, which is radius. Using radius attribute, we can define the size of the circle. If you want to create big or small circle, then radius is going to play the actual role, and we define this radius with r. Let's get into the Visual Studio Code Editor and see how it's worked. Here you can see, side by side, I open my browser and I open my code editor. And I already created a HTML document. And inside body tag, I already created div class container. And I set height and width to this container. And inside the div tag, I use a SVG tag with view box. And I already create a grid to understand the attribute points. And now I'm going to create the circle tag. To create a circle, first we need to create circle tag. And also we need 3 attributes to create the circle. First we need x-axis and y-axis. So our attribute name is cx equal to, and I want to make this circle from center. So I type 50 and cy for y-axis equal to 50. Now our most important attribute is radius. Using radius, we can define the size of the circle. And we define radius attribute using small r equal to 40. If I save this file, here you can see a black color circle. Black is the default color. And if you want to change the circle color, then you need to use fill attribute. So I'm going to type fill. Fill equal to, I want to use green color for this circle. If I save this file, here you can see it's turned into a green circle. And if we want to use stroke, yes, we can. Let me show you. For this, we need to use stroke attribute. And I want to use red color for stroke. If I save this file, here you can see the stroke. And if we do not want to use any color, just we need to type none in fill. Here you can see now our circle is completely transparent. For now, I'm going to use green color. And now I want to reduce the circle size. So I'm going to reduce radius value 20. If I save this file, now you can see it's scaled down by 20 pixels. And also I want to move this circle to this corner. So I'm going to increase x value 80. And also I need to increase y value 80. If I save this file, here you can see we perfectly move this circle in this corner. Not only that, we can create multiple circles in this SVG tag. So I'm going to duplicate this circle tag. Also I'm going to change the x value and y value 30, 40. And our radius is 10. And color is blue. If I save this file, now you can see the circle. So we create an image. And there are 2 circles in this image. You can create multiple circles how much you want. With that, you can create rectangles, lines, triangles, etc. So now it's clear for you how we can draw circle in SVG tag. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how can we create ellipse element. Thanks for watching this video.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related SVG graphics, and today in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can create a ellipse shape.
Here you can see inside the viewport, I draw a ellipse element. To start ellipse element, we need 2 things, x-axis and y-axis. and we define X property with CX, and we define Y property with CY. Similar to circle. Unlike circle element, we need two other properties. Rx means radius X and Ry means radius Y. Let's see how it's work in practical. Here you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created a HTML document. I have a div class container, and I set background color, height and width, margin and border. Inside this div tag, I have a SVG tag, and we set viewbox value to this SVG tag. As you can see, I already created a grid system to understand the attribute points. So let's start how to create ellipse element. So first, we need to type ellipse tag. And inside the ellipse tag, I'm going to take property CX and CY. CX equal to 50 and CY equal to 50, because I want to start this ellipse middle of this view box. And now we need to provide radius x-axis and radius y-axis. Rx equal to 20 and radius y-axis equal to 30. If I set this code, here you can see our ellipse element. By default, it's a black color. If you want to change the color of this ellipse element, then we need to use fill property, F-I-L-L. And I want to fill this ellipse with red color. If I set this file, now it's turned into a red. And if you want to use stroke, just you need to use stroke property, stroke equal to black. If I set this file, here you can see a black stroke. And if you want to make it transparent, just type none in fill section. Now it's completely transparent. And now I'm going to create another ellipse tool inside this SVG tag. So I'm going to duplicate this ellipse tool, and I'm going to change the Rx and Ry property 10, 20, and I'm going to provide the fill color green. If I set this file, here you can see another ellipse element inside this ellipse element. And if you want to rotate this ellipse element, yes, you can. Now I'm going to use class in this ellipse element, CLASS, and our class name is second, because this is our second ellipse element. And inside this style section, I'm going to select this element, second. Inside this curly braces, I'm going to use a property, transform, rotate. And I want to rotate this element 20 degree. If I set this file, here you can see it's rotate the ellipse element 20 degree in its place. And if you want to rotate this element from its exact place, then you need to provide transform origin property. Let me show you that. Transform origin 50% height and 50% width. And if I set this file, now you can see it's rotated according to middle of this viewport. And I'm going to increase the rotate value 40. If I set this file, you can see we can control the rotation degree. I hope now it's clear for you what is ellipse element and how we can draw ellipse element in SVG tag and how we can rotate it using CSS. Thanks for watching this video.
Nice to see you back, guys. Today in this tutorial, we are going to create a polyline element. So let's see what kind of attribute we need to create a polyline element in SVG graphic.
Here you can see a polyline shape inside the view box. You can create any type of polyline shape. You can create hundreds of sides for your polyline element. Here you can see we have total 5 sides in our polyline shape, and we need points to join these two lines. Suppose I want to start my polyline shape from this red point. So we need to provide the exact x-axis value and y-axis value. Similarly, for green point, we need another x-axis and y-axis value. We need total 5 different points to create this shape. But if you want to close this shape, once again you need to provide first x-axis and y-axis point, means our red point value. So total we need 6 points to draw this shape. Now you can think we can do the same job using line element. But there is a problem. We cannot fill the shape with color. And also every time we need to provide starting point and end point. But you can create this shape using one tag, polyline tag. So let's dive into the browser and see how it's work. Here you can see I already created a HTML document. And inside the body tag, I create a div class container. And inside the div, I create a SVG tag. and I set our view box 100 by 100 pixel, and I create a grid system inside this view box to understand the values. And now I'm going to start our tag polyline. So first we need to type polyline tag. We need only one attribute to create polyline, points. Inside the points, first we need to provide the starting point, x-axis and y-axis. Suppose I want to start this polyline from this point. So our x-axis point is 20 and our y-axis point is 20 also. Suppose our next point is here. So we need to provide a space, and according to this point, our x-axis value is 80 and our y-axis value is 30. And for our third point, I'm going to use this point, means 60 by 60. So I'm going to use space and I'm going to type x-axis 60, y-axis 60. And then we need to provide our fourth point. And for our fourth point, I'm going to use this one. So according to this point, our x-axis is 20 and our y-axis is 50. So I'm going to pass 20, 50. So if I save this file, you can see a polyline shape. As you can see, by default, it's a black color. And you know the process how we can change the polyline color. We need to use fill property. Fill, green. If I save this file, now it's turned into green color. Not only that, also we can use stroke property. Stroke equal to red. Now you can see the stroke. You can see we do not complete our polyline shape. That's why it do not provide the stroke from this point to this point. So we need to close this point. Otherwise, this shape is incomplete. And you know our end point is our starting point, 20 by 20. So I'm going to copy these points and I'm going to give a space and paste it. And if I save this file, now you can see the stroke. Now it's complete our shape. So using polyline, you can draw any kind of shape. And if you don't want to give any background color, just type none in fill section. If I save this file, now you can see it's completely transparent. So let's summarize this lecture. To create a polyline, you need polyline tag. And you need one attribute to create polyline, points. To draw a line, you need to provide x-axis and y-axis value. And for your next point, and once again you need to provide x-axis and y-axis value. And the similar way, it's keep going on. And one thing you need to remember, your endpoint should be your starting point. Otherwise, this shape would be incomplete. And if you want to fill this shape with color, you can use fill property. And for border, you can use stroke property. So I hope now it's clear for you how can you draw a polyline shape inside the SVG tag. Thanks for watching this video.
Today in this tutorial, we are going to learn polygon element. So let's see what is polygon element.
Here you can see a polygon shape and you can draw multiple lines as much you want. This is a polygon shape, but also it look like polyline shape, which I covered in my previous tutorial. But there is a difference between two elements and I'm going to tell about it later. As you know, we call these two line joins points. And if you want to start these points, you need x-axis value and y-axis values. If you want to start this polygon element from the red point, then you need to provide red x-axis point, red y-axis point. And for green point, you need to provide green x-axis point, green y-axis point. And it's keep going on. But the difference between polyline and polygon element is, you don't need to provide the endpoint to close this shape. Polygon element complete it automatically. Suppose I'm going to delete this yellow point, something like that. In polyline element, it don't going to draw the last line automatically. We need to provide the point to end this last line. But in polygon element, it automatically draw the line. This is the main difference between them. So let's start the practical how it's work. Here you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document. And inside the HTML document, I create a div class container. And I specify background color for this container. And set height and width. And also I set border to this container. Inside the container, I create a SVG tag. And also you can see the view box size. And inside the SVG image, I create a grid to understand the attributes properly. So let's draw a polygon element. First we need polygon tag. And inside the polygon tag, our first attribute is points. And I want to start my polygon shape from this point. So I'm going to type 50, comma, and our y-axis is 20. And our next point is here. It's mean 80, 30. X-axis is 80 and y-axis is 30. So I'm going to provide a space between them. And I'm going to type x-axis 80 and y-axis 30. And next I'm going to draw a point here. It's mean x-axis is 50, y-axis is 70. So I'm going to type space, x-axis is 50 and y-axis is 70. So if I save this file, here you can see a triangle shape. And now I want to set a background color to this shape. So I'm going to use fill property. Fill equal to green. If I save this file, here you can see now it's turned into green color. And to set a border, we need to use stroke property. Stroke equal to red. If I save this file, here you can see a red stroke. And if you notice, you can see we just provide 3 points. 50, 20, 80, 30 and 50, 70. But we do not provide the end point. And for this last line, I do nothing. It's automatically draw the last line. But in our previous tutorial, means polyline tutorial, we need to mention the last line. Otherwise, it's not going to complete the object. And now I want to draw another point here. It's mean x-axis is 30 and y-axis is 50. So I'm going to provide 30, 50. If I save this file, you can see it draw our last line automatically. If you want to create a graph, then polyline is great for you. And if you want to create shapes, then I recommend to use polygon element. And if you want to make it transparent, you know the process. Just you need to type none in fill section. That's it. Now you can see it's totally transparent. I hope you understand polygon element. Thanks for watching this video.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related SVG graphic, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn most important element in SVG, which is path tag. It is one of the most advanced element in SVG graphic. You can draw any shape using it if you have control over it. Using this element, you can draw lines, curves, circles, polyline element, polygon element, whatever you want to make. So let's try to understand how we can create shape using path elements. So let's jump into the screen.
Here you can see inside my viewport, we create a basic shape using path. And you know, when two lines joins, we call that position points. Suppose you want to start this shape from the pin point. You need to provide the coordinates, mean x-axis and y-axis. And we need to follow the similar step for green point, blue point and red point. And from red point to pin point, you can see a curved shape. For these, we need to use arc command. So you can draw any shape very easily. There are a lot of shapes: arc, polygon, circle, line, etc. For these, we need to use different commands. Let's see the commands. Here you can see the commands related SVG path. And we divide in 4 categories. Our first command is line command. And inside the line command, we have 4 different commands: L, H, V and Z. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn line command. And then come cubic Bezier curve and quadratic Bezier curves. And we are going to learn about this curve in our next tutorial. And our last command is arc command. So I'm going to teach you all the commands one by one. So let's start with line command. Here you can see I already created a HTML document. And I already created a div plus container. And here you can see I styled this div. I already set a background color. And I set height and width. And I also set border. And inside this div, I already take a SVG tag. And I also set view box in this div. And temporarily, I create a grid inside this SVG tag. Using this grid, it's very easy to understand our attributes. So let's start the practical. So first, I'm going to take path tag. Path. To start this path, we need an important property named D. D equal to, inside the double quotes, we need to provide the points. D means draw. So inside the parenthesis, first you need to take M command, and M should be capital. Using capital M, we can define the starting point of our cursor. And now I'm going to take a point from where I want to start this path. I want to start my path from this point. Mean x-axis 20, y-axis 30. So I'm going to type M 20, y-axis 30. And if you want to draw a simple line, you need to use capital L command. And I want to draw a line from this point to this point. So x-axis is 80 and y-axis is 30. So I'm going to pass 80, 30. And also we need to provide the stroke, otherwise we cannot see the line. Our stroke color is red. So if I save this file, here you can see a red line. So first you need to provide the starting point using M command. With that, you need to provide x-axis and y-axis. Then you need to provide a space. If you want to draw a line, then you need to use L command. And also you need to provide x-axis and y-axis. And if you want to create a straight line just using 2 points, you can remove this L command. If I save this file, here you can see our line also exists. You can see there is no changes. It's also worked. It's also worked for when we create a straight line. But for now, I'm going to use L command. And now I want to draw another vertical line. So I'm going to provide a space. And I'm going to type L-axis 80 and y-axis 70. If I set this file, here you can see it is draw a line. And by default, it's provide the black color in this shape. And if you want to change the color, you know the process. You need to use fill property. And I want to fill this shape with green color. If I set this file, you can see it's turned into green color. And now I create another line to this point. So I'm going to provide a space. And I'm going to use line command, capital L. And x-axis value is 40, and y-axis value is 80. If I set this file, you can see it's draw a line from this point to this point. You can create any type of diagonal line. It's not mandatory to create always a straight line. You can think it's pretty similar to polyline element. Similarly, to complete this shape, you need to provide the last point. Simply, if I want to end this shape, just we need to type 20 and 30. If I save this file, now you can see it's complete the shape. And if you don't want to provide the end point, you can use capital Z. If I save this file, you can see the similar result. There is no changes. And if you want to end this shape from this point, you can. Just remove these values and save the file. Now you can see it's complete our shape from this point. Z means close path command. If we want to close any path, we can use Z command. And now I'm going to introduce you to new command, H and V. H means horizontal line, V means vertical line. Here you can see the line. We need to provide two coordinates to create the line, x-axis and y-axis. We know we just need to create a straight line. For this, we don't need to provide this last point. We can use only horizontal point. So I'm going to remove the L command and replace with H command. And if I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. It's create a line from 20 pixel to 80 pixel. And if I increase the value 90 pixel and save the file, now you can see it's changed our shape. H command only work for horizontal side. So I'm going to reset this shape. And now I'm going to show you the V command. For this, we don't need to provide x-axis. Just we need to provide y-axis. Let me show you. First I type capital V. And now I want to draw a line from 30 to 90 point. So I'm going to type V90. If I save this file, now you can see it's increased the line size vertically. And now I want to create a rectangular shape. So I'm going to provide another H point, mean x-axis point, H 20. If I save this file, now you can see it's create a perfect rectangle. And our Z command automatically complete this shape. And our Z command always create a straight line. Z means close path command. So let me explain this whole thing once again. First you need to take path tag. Inside the path tag, you need to use a special property D. D means draw. And inside this D, first you need to use M command. You need to specify the start point from this N command. If you don't provide M command, it's not going to draw anything. And to draw a line, you can use L command. And after L command, you need to provide x-axis point and y-axis point. Otherwise, you can use horizontal command and vertical command. And last, you need to use Z command. Means close path command. It's going to close your path. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video.
Nice to see you back, guys. This is the second tutorial related path tag, and in this section we are going to learn curve commands. As I told you earlier, we have total 4 type of command in path element.
Line command, which we complete in our previous video, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about cubic Bezier curves and quadratic Bezier curves. To create a cubic curve, we have 2 commands, C and S, and for quadratic curve, we have also 2 commands, Q and T. So first, let's try to understand how we can create cubic Bezier curves. Here you can see inside my viewport, you can see a curve path, and we have 2 curves in this path. One curve is from downside and another curve is from upside. To create a path, first we need 2 points, starting point and end point. Suppose red is our starting point and blue is our end point. We create this curve using cubic Bezier curves. For this, we need 2 points to create this curve. In our first green point, we need to provide x-axis value and y-axis value. Also, in our second green point, we need to provide x-axis value and y-axis value. And we recognize this point with C command. C means cubic curves. So when we create a C point, it's automatically create a curve. It's not going to touch the point, but it's going to follow the point. And you can control the curve depth using y-axis point. Just you need to remember, between starting and end point, you need to provide 2 curve points to create a cubic Bezier curves. And we have to write command like this. First we need to take moving point, means capital M. And you need to define the starting point using x-axis and y-axis. Here you can see our x-axis is 15 and y-axis is 50. And as you can see in blue color, this is our end point, 70 and 50. So between start point and end point, we need to use C command to use cubic Bezier. And I create our first green point, 20, 70 coordinates. Means x-axis is 20 and y-axis is 70. And next we provide our another curve point. X-axis is 50 and y-axis is 30. And you need to give space between these 2 curve coordinates. And you can create both the points upside, otherwise downside. It's totally depend on you. The most important thing is you need to create 2 points. Let me show you another example of cubic Bezier curves. Here you can see we create the curves upside to the starting point. For this, first we need starting point and end point. And we need another 2 points to create this curve. So let's see the practical. How can we create cubic Bezier curves? Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document. And inside the HTML document, I create a SVG image. And I create a grid structure to understand the attributes. So first, I'm going to create a path tag. And I want to use fill property none. So I'm going to type fill equal to, inside the quotation, none. And I want to red stroke for my path. So I'm going to use stroke property equal to red. And inside the D attribute, and I want to start my path using moving tool. So I press capital M. Our x-axis value is 10 and our y-axis value is 60. So this is the starting point of our path. And also we need to provide the end point. So I provide space and I'm going to type 60, 60. If I save this file, here you can see is draw a line. And let me increase the line in x-axis. I want to end this line in this point. So I'm going to increase the x-axis value 80. If I save this file, now you can see it increased the line size. And now I want to take a curve between these 2 points. So between starting and end point, you need to take a command which is C. And C should be capital. After C, we need to provide the point. So I'm going to use 20, x-axis and y-axis point is 70. If I save this file, you can see the line is gone. Because we use cubic curve, so we need to provide 2 points. So after space, I'm going to create another point, 50 and 30. If I save this file, now you can see the curve. Here you can see it creates 2 curves, in this point and in this point. So we need to provide 2 points to create this curve. And if I increase the y-axis value 70 to 90 and save this file, now you can see it create much more deeper curve. And if we decrease the second curve y-axis value 0, 0 and save this file, as you can see our second curve is more deeper at the top. Not only that, we can use minus values. If I use minus value minus 40 and save this file, now you can see it's going more deeper in top side. So now it's clear for you, to create a cubic curve we need two coordinates. Not only that, we can create one-sided curve. Let me show you that. If I use y-axis 10 for our first point, and similarly if I use y-axis 10 for our second point and save this file, now you can see it's create one-sided curve. And if you want to create two curves using one path, then we need to use another command, which is S command. And our S command always work with our cubic curve, mean C command. So first, let me show you the example. Here you can see a curve path. Here I use two cubic Bezier curve in single path. So similarly, first we have one starting point and one end point. But as you can see, there is another curve. But as you know, to create our first curve, we need two attributes. And we need to type command something like that. After creating this curve, I want to create another curve using the same path. For this, we need to use S command. If we use S command, we don't need to provide the starting point. Simply we need to type end coordinates. And you don't need to provide two coordinates like C command. Simply you need to type the black dot coordinates. And we have to write something like this code. After C command, you need to use S command. First I type end command. And between S and N command, we need to provide the single curve point. So let's see the practical how it's work. So once again I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor. So first I'm going to change the curve points. C20 and C y-axis 80. And in our second point, x-axis is 40 and y-axis is 80. And if I save this file, you can see it's create a curve in downside. And if I decrease the endpoint of this curve 80 to 50 and save this file, now you can see the curve. It's create a perfect arc shape. As I told you, I want to create a new curve with that. So I'm going to use S command. And for our second curve, I want to create point here. Means x-axis value is 70 and y-axis value is 20. So I'm going to type 70, 20. And also we need to provide the endpoint for this curve. So I'm going to use 90, 60. If I save this file, now you can see the curve. I hope now it's clear for you how can we create two cubic curve in one path. If you want to create one cubic curve, just you need to use C command. And if you want to create two cubic curve, then you need to use S command. And our S command only work with cubic curve, not quadratic curve. Simply, you need to provide the endpoint, and between them, you need to provide the curve point. That's it. So let's talk about quadratic Bezier curves. This is the example of quadratic Bezier curve. First, we need to provide the starting point, then we need to provide the end point. The main difference between quadratic curve and cubic curve is, in quadratic curve, you need to provide one curve point, something like this green point, and then it's going to bend automatically according to this green point. Let's see the practical example, how it's work. So let's take a quadratic value top of this line. So I'm going to type x-axis is 20 and y-axis is 30. If I save this file, here you can see it create a quadratic curve. And if you want to create more higher curve, then just you need to decrease the y-axis value. Y-axis value is 10. If I save this file, you can see more higher curve. And if you want to create a curve under this straight line, just you need to increase the y-axis value 80. If I save this file, now you can see it's create a arc shape under the line. And if you want to move this curve point from this side to this side, just you need to increase the x-axis value 40. If I save this file, you can see it's moved the curve point. So this is our quadratic curve. Basically, you need to provide a point between start point and end point. And you need to use Q command to specify this point. And if you want to create two quadratic curves in one path, then you need to use T command. So let me show you how T commands work. Here you can see in a single path, we create two quadratic Bezier curve. First we need to type one starting point and one end point. Between starting point and end point, we need to type Q point to create the first curve. And you know the process. And if we want to create our second quadratic curve, simply just we need one end point. And we don't need to provide the any curve point. According to the green point, it's going to create same kind of curve in opposite direction. The main benefit is we don't need to provide the second curve point. For green point, we need to use Q command. And for purple point, means end point, we need to use T command. So let's see the practical how it's work. So once again I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor. So first I'm going to change the Q coordinates 30 by 30. If I save this file, you can see it create an arc shape in upside. Then simply just we need to use T command because we need to create another quadratic curve. So after T we need to provide the x-axis and y-axis point. So x-axis I'm going to take 90 and from y-axis I'm going to take 60. If I save this file, here you can see the curve. So you can see it's automatically create this curve. Just we take an end point, not curve point. This T command work with Q command coordinates. Without Q command, it's not going to work. It's only work with quadratic curve, not cubic curve. So I hope now it's clear for you what is cubic curve and what is quadratic curve. In cubic curve, you need to provide two coordinates point, and in quadratic curve, you need to provide only one coordinates point. This is the main difference between these two curves. So thanks for watching this video. See you on the next tutorial.
Hello guys, this is our third tutorial related SVG path element. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about arc command. As I told you earlier in this tutorial,
We have 4 different commands in SVG path tag. And we learned line command, cubic Bezier curve and quadratic Bezier curve in our previous videos. So in this tutorial, we are going to cover arc command. To create an arc, we need to use a command. With that, we need to use some multiple properties. So let's see the properties. Here you can see an arc in our view box. It's look like a half circle. To create an arc, you should have 2 points, start point and end point. And we need to provide their x-axis value and y-axis value to define their position. Between start point and end point, we need to use a command. A means arc command. With arc command, we need to provide x-axis point and y-axis point. This point going to define the radius of this arc, means depth of the arc. If we move the radius point further to the center point, then it is going to create the more depth to the arc. So let's see the command. First you need to take M command. M means moving point. Then you need to provide starting point x-axis value and y-axis value and end point x-axis value and y-axis value. Between these 2 points, we need to type the arc command. First we need to provide the x-axis value and y-axis value for the curve point, and then we need to provide the 3 different parameters. So let's try to understand the parameters. Here you can see with arc command 3 other parameters. We call the first parameter x-axis rotation. It can rotate our circle from the x-axis point. Basically, we don't use this point. Most of the time, we use 0 value. And we need to be very careful with this point. Our next parameter is large arc flag. With that point, we can define the circle size. By default, it's come with 0, means small arc. And it's come with 2 value, 1 or 0. If I use 1 value, it's going to increase the arc size. And our last parameter is sweep flag. By default, its property is 1. And it also come with 2 values, 0 or 1. 1 means it will be built where we want to build. But if we use 0 value, something like that, then it's going to create the arc in opposite direction. You don't need to change x-axis value and y-axis value. Basically, just you need to play with sweep flag parameter. It's going to create your arc in opposite direction if we play with this parameter. So let's see the practical and try to create the arc in our browser. So here you can see I already created a HTML document. And I already created a div which class is container. And I take SVG tag inside this div. And I already set view box 100 by 100. And we also create a temporary grid to understand the attributes. So let's draw a arc. As you can see, I already take a path element. And I set red color for the path stroke. And for fill color, I set none. As you know, first we need to use D property to draw a line. First we need to provide the moving point and the end point. And we need to use capital M to start the moving point. X-axis 10 and Y-axis is 50. Space. And now I'm going to provide the end point. X-axis is 90 and Y-axis is 50. So it's going to create a line from this point to this point. So if I set this file, here you can see the line. And now I'm going to create the arc between start point and end point. For this, we need to use capital A command. To create a perfect arc, we need to take middle point. Basically, I want to create a point in that position. So we need to provide x-axis 50, y-axis 30. If I save this file, you see nothing in our grid. Here we just provide one parameter. So we need to provide other three parameters. First we need to provide X rotation parameter, and I'm going to set it 0. And for large flag parameter, I'm going to take 0. And for sweep flag, I'm going to take 1. If I set this file, here you can see it create an arc. We can change arc depth using y-axis value. If I reduce this value, and I'm going to set 10, and set this file, here you can see it reduced the arc depth. And if I set y-axis 0 and set this file, here you can see it simply draw a line. And if we want to increase the depth, we need to increase the y-axis value. If I set it 50 and set this file, here you can see the arc depth. And now we are going to learn what is large flag parameter. Here you can see our large flag value is 0. If I set it 1 and set this file, you can see that the arc has grown. Just you need to remember 0 means smaller arc and 1 means larger arc. And then come sweep flag parameter. It has two values, 1 or 0. It can change direction of the arc. If I set it 0 and set this file, you can see the arc in opposite direction. And also I'm going to change this value to 0. If I set this file, now you can see. If you want to show the opposite direction arc, then just you need to change the sweep flag value. So for now, I'm going to set it 1. And I'm going to save this file. And now I want to create another line with this arc. I want to create a pie shape using this arc. I want to create a point in this position. After this endpoint, I'm going to draw a line using L command. So I'm going to type capital L, and I'm going to use x-axis 50 and y-axis 80. If I set this file, here you can see it create a line. And now I want to join the end line to the starting point. For this, I'm going to use Z command. As you know, Z means close path command. If I save this file, here you can see it close our path. And I want to fill this pie shape with green color. So I'm going to type fill green. If I save this file, here you can see the pie shape. And now I'm going to play with these parameters. If I change the sweep flag parameter 0 and set this file, here you can see it creates shape like stealth bomber aircraft. And if we change large flag value 1 and set this file, here you can see it inverts the pie shape. It increases the arc size in opposite direction. And if we change sweep flag value 1 and set this file, here you can see it has grown upwards. So here you can see using a command you can create different type of shape. Just you need to play with their parameters. And now I'm going to play with this parameter x-axis rotation. But before I'm going to decrease the arc size. So I'm going to set this parameter. 0. Now it's back to its normal position. And now I'm going to change x-axis rotation value. So first I'm going to decrease the arc y-axis value 30. And then I'm going to increase the x rotation parameter value 20. If I save this file, now you can see it rotate our arc 20 degree. And if I change this value 80 and set this file, its react very different. We always set X rotation value 0. You can play and experiment with this parameter. I hope now it's clear for you what is our command in path tag. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next tutorial. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about a new element which is text. If you write something in a SVG tag, you need to use text element. So let's see how it's works. Here you can see this is our viewport. And inside this viewport, I write a text, lorem ipsum. To write this text, we need two attributes, x-axis and y-axis. And the text starts from the exact joining position. It starts bottom of the text, and you need to remember it. So let's see the practical how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document. And inside the HTML document I create a div plus container. And inside the container I draw a SVG image viewport 100 by 100. And I also create a grid structure to understand the attributes. And now I'm going to create our text tag. So I'm going to type text. So this is our text tag. And inside the text tag, I'm going to write some text. Lorem 3. If you use Visual Studio Code Editor, you are already familiar about this trick. And now I'm going to provide x-axis and y-axis attribute. X-axis equal to 30 and y-axis equal to 50. If I set this file, here you can see the text. And if you notice, you can see the text starts from y-axis baseline and also x-axis baseline. Without y-axis and x-axis, we have another attribute named text anchor. So I'm going to call this attribute text anchor. Using this attribute, we can center our text horizontally. If you want to align your text, then it's play the vital role. And we have three types of value in this text anchor attribute: start, middle, and end. Let me show you. If I type middle and set this file, here you can see it's middle our text according to this point, because our x-axis is 30. To understand it better, I'm going to remove this text. If I save this file, now you can see it align our text according to x value, x30. So it's align our text according to this point. And if I use end alignment, so I'm going to type end and save this file. Now you can see it end our text from the starting point, mean x30 and y50. And if I use default value, which is start, and set this file, as you can see it start from the default value. And if you want to color your text, you can use fill property. Let me show you. Fill equal to red. If I set this file, you can see the text color is red. And now I am going to use CSS property with the text tag. So I want to give a class to this tag. Class equal to text. And I'm going to call this class inside the style tag. Dot text inside the curly braces. And now I want to give a stroke to this text. So I'm going to use stroke property. Blue. Our stroke is blue. If I save this file, you can see the blue stroke. Not only that, we can use this fill property inside this style section. So I want to cut this property and I'm going to use here. If I save the file, you can see the same result. And if you want to make the fill color transparent, just type none here and save the file. And now you can see only stroke in the text and its fill color is transparent. For now, I'm going to use black fill color and I don't want any stroke, so I'm going to type none. And now I'm going to use other CSS property related text like font size. Let me show you. Font size is 10 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the font size. It scaled down our text size. And if we want to use different font family, yes, we can. Let me show you. And I'm going to use Impact font family. IMPACT. If I save this file, you can see the font style. Suppose we have a different text, so I want to change the text and I'm going to insert a name. Add one, Minj. Now you can see we have total two words, add one and Minj. And now I want to break this line. I want to minge word below then add one. For this, we cannot use break tag like CSS. We need to use a different tag named tspan. Let me show you. So I'm going to type after add one tspan, and I'm going to move this minge word inside this tag. If I save this file, you can see there is no different. Now I want to align this word minge. For this, we have total two properties, dx and dy. So first I'm going to use dy tag. Dy tag working vertically. We can vertically align the text using dy tag. As you can see, our y value is 50, so I'm going to type 30 here. Now you can guess the minge word could be moving upward from the baseline, something here. But it's not going to work like that. If I save this file, you can see it's moved downward. It's not going to count this value from the viewport area. It's going to count the value from the baseline of the text, mean 50 pixel. So it's moved 30 pixel from the baseline, 10, 20 and 30. So I'm going to replace the value with 10 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the result. The dy attribute worked relatively from the baseline position, and in a similar way, dx value worked. Let me show you. Dx equal to 20. If I save this file, you can see the result. It moved 20 pixel right from its place, because its exact position is here. From this point, it moved 20 pixel right. And if you want to align this word according to this word, you need to use minus value. Let me show you. If I use minus 25 and save the file, you can see the alignment. Now it's perfectly middle aligned. So if you want to control subtext alignment, you need to use dy and dx attribute with tspan tag. Not only that, you can set class here. So I'm going to set a class here. Class minge. And now I'm going to call this class inside the style tag. Dot minge. Inside the curly braces, first I'm going to change the fill color. Blue. If I save this file, you can see the color. So we can use different CSS properties for the subtext tag. We cannot use br tag to divide this line. And if you want to use absolute position for this text, yes, you can. Let me show you. Just we need to remove d. And also I'm going to change the x value. If I save this file, you can see the text. Y-axis 10 according to the absolute position means view box position, and x-axis is 25. If I increase the y-axis value 30 and then save the file, now it's clear for you how it's work. So if I use simply x-axis and y-axis attribute with tspan, then it's work like CSS absolute position. And if we want to use dy and dx value, then it's work like CSS relative position. And we can use multiple CSS property with that, like letter space, font weight, etc. So now it's clear for you what is text tag in SVG and how we can use it. Thanks for watching this video. Hello friends, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about image element, as we use img tag in HTML to insert an image. Similarly, we use image tag in SVG to insert an image. So let's see what attribute we need to show an image inside the SVG tag. Suppose this is our viewport, and I want to show this tiger image inside this viewport. So first we need x-axis point, and then we need y-axis point, and then we need image width and image height. And if we do not provide x-axis value and y-axis value, by default it starts with 0 point. And similarly, if we do not provide height and width, by default it takes 0. Then we cannot see the image. So height and width property is very important in SVG image. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document. And inside the HTML document, I create a div class container. And inside this div, I take a SVG tag with 100 by 100 view box. And to understand the attributes, I create a grid structure. So first, I'm going to take image tag. Then insert the image tag. And now I'm going to use height and width property for this image. Width equal to 100. Height equal to 100. And now we need to provide the image path. For this, we have a special attribute, xlink href. Let me show you. First, we need to type small x link, then colon href equal to, insert the double quotes. We need to provide the path as like HTML image tag. Here you can see in my current working directory image.jpg. So I'm going to use this image. So I'm going to type image.jpg. If I set this file, here you can see the image inside my view box. I set this image according to view box height and width. If I reduce the width something 70 and save this file, you can see the result. It takes 70 pixel width. And if you notice, you can see according to width size, it's also change our height. So I'm going to use 30 pixel width and save this file. Now you can see it scaled down our image. And if you want to change the image position using x-axis and y-axis, yes, you can. Let me show you. So I'm going to use x-axis property. X equal to 30. If I save this file, here you can see the image start from x30 pixels. This image position is work relatively, not absolutely. Let me show you. If I use y-axis equal to 10 and save this file, here you can see it relatively moved 10 pixel in y-axis. And with this image tag, we can use path tag, circle, rectangle, etc. Let me show you. Now I want to draw a line over the image from this point to this point. For this, I'm going to use a path tag. And I'm going to use draw attribute d. D equal to, insert the double quotes, capital M, 10 pixel, comma, 60 pixel. It's mean this point. And I want to draw a line from this point to this point. And our end x point value is 90 pixel. And our y point value is 60 pixel. And we also need to provide a stroke color to this path. Otherwise, we cannot see the path. So I'm going to use stroke property. Stroke equal to red. If I save this file, you can see the line. It's overlapped the image. So you can use any tag with that. I hope you like this video and it's clear for you how we can use image in SVG. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about stroke properties. So without wasting your time, let's see all the stroke properties. Here you can see, overall we have total 7 properties. Stroke, stroke width, stroke opacity, stroke line cap, stroke line join, stroke dash array, and stroke dash offset. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn these 7 properties. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. So finally, I am back to my computer screen. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already create a HTML document. And inside my SVG tag, I already create a rectangular shape without stroke. As you can see, its fill color is green. So let's start the using properties. Our first property is stroke. So I'm going to use this property. Stroke. And our stroke color is red. If I save this file, here you can see a red stroke. So using color name, we can assign a stroke color. Not only that, we can use hexa value, RGB value. Let me show you. And now I'm going to open a new tab and I'm going to search color hexa value. Here you can see a website, HTML color codes. I'm going to click on this website and here you can see a lot of colors. If I click on this chart section, here you can see a lot of colors with their hexa value. And I'm going to use something like this color, orange. If I click on this color, it's redirected to a page. And here you can see the hexa value. If I copy this value and use it here, and if I save this file and show you my HTML page, here you can see orange stroke color. In the similar way, we can use RGB value for our stroke property. Let me show you. If I back to my HTML color page, here you can see some colors. And I'm going to use this blue color variant for my stroke. So I'm going to copy this value and I'm going to type RGB. And then I'm going to replace this value. And if I save this file and show you my browser, now you can see the blue stroke. Sorry, it's not properly visible. So let's make it more visible. So I'm going to use deeper variant of this color. And if I save this file, now you can see the deep blue stroke. I just want to say we can use 3 types of values: RGB, hexacode, and color name. And now I'm going to show you our next property, which is stroke width. So I'm going to type stroke width. Using this property, we can control thickness of the stroke. So here, I'm going to type 3. If I save this file, you can see the thickness of the stroke. If I increase the value, it increases our stroke thickness. Not only that, we can use decimal value 0.3. If I save this file, now you can see the stroke thickness. Now it's look very thin. So for now, I'm going to use 2 value. And next, our third property is stroke opacity. So I'm going to type stroke dash opacity. With this property, we can control the transparency of our stroke. If I use 0 value and save this file, now it's completely transparent. And if I use 1 value, now it's completely visible. So between 0 to 1, we can use any decimal value. Let me show you. So I'm going to type 0.5. If I save this file, now you can see it's semi-transparent. Now you can see the background green color through the stroke because it's 50% transparent. So for now, I'm going to use 1 value. Now our next property is stroke line cap. For this example, we need to create a line. So let's create a line using line tag. Line. And I'm going to give a class to this line. Class line. We already learned in our previous videos how we can draw a line. We need to use x1 value. First, we need to provide the x1 value. x1 equal to 20 and y1 equal to 20. So I'm going to start this line from this point. And now we need to provide the finishing point of this line. So I'm going to type x2 equal to 80 and y2 equal to 20. And now I'm going to use this line class. So I'm going to copy this class name and I'm going to call it here dot line. Inside the curly braces, our first property is stroke and our stroke color is red. If I save this file, you can see the line. And now I want to increase the stroke thickness. So I'm going to use stroke width property. And I'm going to use 2 for the stroke. Now you can see the stroke thickness. And now I'm going to use our next property, which is stroke line cap. So I'm going to type stroke line cap. Basically, stroke line cap have 3 values: but, square, and round. But is the default value of the stroke. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. But if I use square value and save this file, now you can see it's changed the stroke width little bit. Basically, it's increased the line width. So let me explain you what happening here. Here you can see a stroke line using but property. Suppose our stroke width is 4. You can see the baseline in black color. Our stroke 2 pixels above the black line and 2 pixels down the black line. But if I use square property, here you can see 2 pixels above and 2 pixels down. With that, it add 2 pixels both of the side. So it's overall increase the line width 4 pixels. 2 pixels in left side and 2 pixels in right side. But if I use but property, it do not add stroke both of the side. So this is the basic difference between but and square property. And our last property is round. If I use this property and save this file, now you can see the stroke corner. It's rounded. So it's clear for you. Basically, linescape property work on the edges. Let's talk about our next property, which is stroke line join. Line joins mean where both the line join each other. we can use different type of effect in this join. So let's use the property. So I'm going to type stroke line join. Basically, we have total 3 value for this property: miter, round or bevel. So first I'm going to use miter. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes because it's the default value. But if I use round value and save this file, and now you can see the round effect in every corners. And our third value is bevel. Let me show you. If I save this file, now you can see there is a small cut in their corners. If I use this value, it's going to cut the join edges. We can use this property only in joins, not the line edges. And now I'm going to use our sixth property, which is stroke dash array. So I'm going to type stroke dash array. If you remember the CSS border style like dotted, dashed, etc. Similarly, stroke dash array property work. We can create the dashed effect use this property. Let me show you. Suppose I create a 2 pixel dash, comma, and then we need to provide the gap size, and our gap size is suppose 3 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the dash stroke. Suppose all the dots are 2 pixel and all the gaps are 3 pixel. And now I want to increase the gap size. So I'm going to increase this value 7. If I save this file, now you can see the distance between these pixels. And I also want to increase the pixel size 5 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the dash size. Suppose now you want 2 pixel dash size and 2 pixel gap size. For this, we can write this value in this way. Just type 2. If I save this file, now you can see the pixel size is 2, also the gap size is 2. Similarly, if I use 1 pixel and save this file, now the pixel size is 1, also gap size is 1. Not only that, we can use decimal value for this dash array. Let me show you. So I'm going to use 0.6. If I save this file, now you can see the dash size. So let's make it little advanced. For now, our dash size is 5 and our gap size is 2. And once again, our dash size is 3. If I save this file, now you can see the stroke. And then I give another space 2. If I save this file, now you can see it's look pretty advanced. Here you can see our first dash size is 5 and our space size is 2. And then our second dash size is 3 and space size is 2. So now it's clear for you how we can use this dash array property to create different stroke effect. And then come our last property, which is stroke dash offset. So I'm going to type stroke dash offset. Stroke dash offset means you can move the dash points little bit to the left side, otherwise right side. Let me show you. Just focus on the corner of this rectangle. So I'm going to use one property. If I save this file, now you can see the corners. It's moved little bit. And now I want to move this dash 3 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see dash are moved 3 pixel left. So these are our 7 stroke properties. Our first property is stroke. We can set any color using this property. And our second property is width. Using this property, we can control the thickness of the stroke. And our third property is stroke opacity. Using this property, we can control the transparency of the stroke. And using line join property, we can control the join effects. We can use round effect, we can use half cut effect, etc. And using stroke dash array property, we can create dash in our stroke. And using dash offset property, we can move the dash. And our last property is stroke line cap. We can use this line cap property basically in lines, not in the shapes. So now it's clear for you what are these stroke properties. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about fill properties. So let's see the properties. We have total 3 property related fill. Fill, fill opacity and fill rule. So let's try to explore it practically how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And as you can see, I already created a HTML document index.html. And inside the HTML document, I create a div class container. And inside this container, I create a SVG tag with 100 by 100 view box. And inside this SVG tag, I create a grid to understand the attributes. And then I create a polygon shape. Here you can see the shape. It's look like a star. And I also give this polygon shape a class, which is shape. And here you can see, using this class, we style this shape. Stroke, red color. Fill, none. If I do not use any fill color, if I remove this none keyword and save this file, here you can see it fill our shape color with black. So this is our first property, which is fill. Here we can use any type of value, RGB value, hexa value, otherwise color name. For now, I'm going to use a color name, which is green. If I save this file, here you can see it's fill our shape with green color. And now I'm going to use RGB value. And I'm going to use yellow color. If I save this file, here you can see it fill the shape with yellow color. Here we provide RGB value. In a similar way, hexa value work. Let me show you. Now I'm going to use hexa value. So first, we need to use hash, and I want to fill the start color with blue. So I'm going to type 0000FF. If I save this file, here you can see the shape fill with blue color. Let's talk about our next property, which is fill opacity. So I'm going to type fill opacity. We can control the transparency using this property. If I set 0 and save this file, here you can see it's completely transparent. And if I set 1 and then save the file, here you can see now it's completely visible. Between 1 and 0, we need to use decimal points to control the transparency. Let me show you. If I use 0.5 and save this file, now it's semi-transparent. And if you want to reduce this transparent more, then just type 0.2 and save the file. Now it's less transparent than previous one. Similarly, if you want to increase the transparency, just type 0.9 and save the file. So you can control as much you want. And our last and third property is fill rule. Let me show you. This property works only on complex design. I want to say when shapes overlapping each other, then it's work. I draw this complex star shape using single polygon element. Here you can see total 5 spikes. But between all the spikes, here you can see a different shape. So we can control this shape color. We can transparent it. Let me show you. This fill rule property comes with two values, non-zero. So first I'm going to use this value, non-zero. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes because it's the default value of fill rule. But there is another value, which is even odd. Let me show you. If I save this file, now you can see it transparent our middle shape, but it not remove all the shape colors. So this is the use case of fill rule property. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn grouping element. So let's start the practical and try to understand what is it. Here you can see I already created an HTML document. And here you can see a div class container. And inside the container, I create a SVG tag. And inside the SVG tag, I already create two rectangle shape. Our first rectangle color is green and our second rectangle color is yellow. As you can see, it's overlap each other. And now I want to rotate both of the rectangles. For this, I'm going to assign a class. For our first rectangle, our class name is green. And for our second rectangle, our class name is yellow. So in our style section, I'm going to create this selector. I'm going to create this selector dot green. First, I want to rotate the green rectangle. For this, I'm going to use transform property. Transform, and here I'm going to use rotate value. And I want to rotate this rectangle 20 degree. If I set this file, here you can see it's rotate the green rectangle. Similarly, to rotate this yellow rectangle, we need to create another selector dot yellow. And also I'm going to use this transform property. Rotate 20 degree. If I set this file, now you can see the result. But the problem is we need to do extra job for this. First we need to rotate green rectangle and then we need to rotate yellow rectangle. But to resolve this problem, we can use grouping element. We can create both of the rectangle a group. For now, I'm going to cut this rectangle and I'm going to use grouping tag, which is G tag, G. And inside this G tag, I'm going to paste these rectangles. That's it. And also I'm going to take a class for this group, which is group. So now it's create a group. So we don't need to type different CSS for that. So I'm going to remove one CSS and I'm going to replace this selector name with group. If I save this file, here you can see there is no different. If I change the rotation degree 30 degree and save the file, here you can see it's moved to React element together. And now I'm going to use another property which is transform origin. Transform origin center. If I save this file, now you can see it's rotate our rectangular shape middle of the page. We can control the rotation as much we want. 50 degree. Here you can see the result. Similarly, we can use stroke property at once. Stroke red. If I save this file, now you can see red stroke both of the rect element. If I use group class, it's going to affect every element inside the group. So now you can understand what is the benefit of grouping. I hope now group tag is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. In this course, we are going to learn SVG depths, symbol, use elements. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I open a HTML document which I create in our previous tutorial. Here you can see I create a group inside the SVG tag. And inside this group tag, I create two different rectangles. Now the situation is, I want to use group of objects once again, without writing the same amount of code. Basically, I want to use this group of shapes multiple times in our viewport area. For this, we need to assign an ID to this group tag. ID equal to, and our ID name is shapes. Then after G tag, I'm going to call use tag. Let me show you. Inside the use tag, our first attribute is xlink colon href. Using this property, we can assign the group, and we need to pass this ID to assign it. Copy and paste. It's going to replicate this shape in this view box. As you can see, we use a ID, so we need to provide hashtag. And now we need to pass two attributes, x attribute and y attribute. Using this attribute, we can define new position to these shapes. Let me show you. X equal to 30, y equal to 20. So if I save this file, here you can see it's create another shape exact similar to this shape, and we can place this shape anywhere in this view box. Similarly, if I want to create another shape, so I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to change the coordinates. Minus 30, minus 20. If I save this file, here you can see it's create another shape in opposite direction. And remember, these coordinates are worked relatively to this group tag. And if you want to style two shapes differently, it's not possible with G tag. For this, we need to use another tag which is depth tag. First, we need to move this G tag inside the depth tag. Let me show you. So I'm going to type depths here. And I'm going to move this G tag inside the depth tag. And you don't need to change anything inside this G tag. It's remains same. But if I save this file, some strange thing going to happen. Let me show you. Here you can see our exact group of shape is vanished. Now we cannot use the shape directly. For this, we need to use tag. And now we can style these shapes differently. Let me show you. Remember, we don't need to change anything to this group tag. For now, I'm going to assign classes in our use tag. Class A, class B. And now I'm going to create this selector inside the style section. Dot A. Inside this curly braces, I'm going to use a property named stroke-array. And here I'm going to pass 2. If I save this file, you can see the difference between two shapes. One shape come with solid border and another shape come with dashed border. And similarly, if I want to change stroke color, yes, we can. Stroke blue. But before I save this file, we need to remove stroke from the origin shape, means group shape. If I save this file, now you can see blue stroke
in class A object shapes. In the same way, you can style class B shapes. Let me show you. So I duplicate this file and I'm going to change the class name B. For B class, I'm going to use red stroke. And also I'm going to change stroke dash array gap 5. If I save this file, here you can see the difference between two shapes. Let's jump into our last tag, which is symbol. We can use this symbol tag like a group tag. Let me show you. So I'm going to replace this group tag with symbol. There is a difference between group tag and symbol tag. Basically, symbol can create a different view box. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this symbol and also I'm going to change the ID shape2. If I save this file, here you can see whatever style we apply in our group class, now these are all unapplyable. And now I'm going to change the view box. Let me show you. So I'm going to use view box property equal to, inside the double quotes, 0, 0, 50, 50. Basically, it's going to scale our shape. If I save this file, here you can see the difference. So this is the basic difference between symbol and group. We can change view box if we use symbol tag. If you notice, here you can see I did some little mistake. We do not use ID shape2 in this section. So I'm going to call this ID shape2. If I use this file, now you can see this view box property only work on ID shapes, not to the shapes too. Let's change the view box once again. 150 by 150. If I save this file, now you can see the result. It scaled down our symbol object. So we can change the view box differently. Let me show you. I copy the view box property and paste it here. And here I'm going to change 50, 50. If I save this file, now you can see the difference between view box. And if we want to zoom out this view box, just increase the value of this view box. 200 by 200. If I save this file, here you can see the object view box. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about text path element. If you remember, we learned text element and path element in our previous tutorials. And if you want to create any object using text and path, and then we need to use a new tag, which is text path. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. Here you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already create a HTML document. And inside this HTML document, I create a SVG tag. And inside this SVG tag, I set a view box 100 by 100. So at first, I'm going to create a path. Let me show you. As you know, we need to start path with D attribute. So I'm going to type D equal to, then inside the double quotes, we need to provide the M command. Next, we need to provide x-axis and y-axis, which is 20, y-axis 50. This is our starting point. And also I'm going to take an endpoint for this path. Let me show you. And our endpoint is 90, 50. And also I'm going to use stroke property. Stroke equal to red. If I save this file, here you can see a line. And now I'm going to give an arc to this stroke. For this, we need to use a command, capital A, and then I'm going to provide the coordinates 30, and also y-axis is 30. And then we need to provide x rotation value. For now, I'm going to set it 0. Also, our large arc value is 0. And then we need to provide sweep flag value, which is 1. I already told you in our previous videos how we can create arc using these attributes. If I save this file, here you can see arc. For now, I don't want any color, so I'm going to set fill color none. Fill equal to none. So finally, we create the arc shape. And now I'm going to use text tag. Let me show you. And inside this text tag, we need to use another special tag, which is text path. Let me show you. And inside this text path, I'm going to type a name, add one, Mint. If I save this file, you can see nothing in our view box. because we do not attach this text with this path. So first we need to give an ID to this path. ID equal to arc, ARC. And now we can use this ID, and now we can assign this ID in our text path. Let me show you. For this we need to use xlink href. Xlink colon href equal to, inside the double quotes, and inside the double quotes we need to provide the path ID hashtag ARC. So if I save this file, here you can see the text. Add one minch. Our text move according to this curve. Not only that, we can use CSS property with this text. For this, we need to use class equal to text. So now I'm going to create the selector of this text. Dot text. Inside the curly braces, first I want to change the font size. Font size 12 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see the result. It reduced the text size. And if you do not want to show this path, you want to show only this text, in that case you need to use dep tag. Let me show you. Deps. And if I move this path, inside this deps tag and save this file, now you cannot see the stroke. You can see only text. And if you want to change the arc position in opposite direction, just you need to change sweep flag value 1 to 0 and then save the file. Now you can see we move this arc in opposite direction. So for now, I'm going to use 1 value and save the file. And if you play with x coordinates or y coordinates with arc, let me show you. I'm going to use 40. If I save this file, now you can see different curve. And we already learned about it in our previous videos. If we change the shape, according to shape, our text going to change this position. So if you want to link this path with this text path, you need ID. And then you need to use xlink href attribute to link this path with text. I hope now text path element is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, nice to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about gradients. Let's see how many type of gradients we have. Here you can see we have two type of gradients in SVG. Linear gradient and radial gradient. As you can see, linear gradient is directional. Maybe it going left to right, top to bottom, or maybe diagonal. But our radial gradient come with circular form. So let's start the practical, and in this tutorial we are going to learn linear gradient. Here you can see side by side I opened my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document index.html. And I already use SVG tag viewbox 100 by 100. And here you can see a grid structure. It is very helpful to understand the coordinates. So first, I'm going to create a rectangle shape. So I'm going to use rect tag. For starting point, we need to provide x-axis and y-axis. X equal to 10 and y-axis equal to 30. And then we need to take width and height. Width 80 and height equal to 60. If I save this file, here you can see a rectangle shape. And now I'm going to give a stroke to this rectangle. So I'm going to type stroke equal to red. Now you can see the stroke in our rectangle. For now, I don't want any color. So I'm going to type fill equal to none. And now I want to fill this rectangle with gradient color. It's mean more than a one color. For this, we need to use definition tag, means dep tags. So inside this dep tags, I'm going to use a new tag, which is linear gradient. Let me show you. And also I'm going to take an ID for this tag. ID equal to, inside the double quotes, L underscore G, means linear gradient. And inside this linear gradient tag, I'm going to use another tag, which is stop. And you need to close this tag in that way. Inside this tag, we declare our color. But first, we need to take an attribute named offset. Here we declare from where our color going to start. And I want to start the gradient color from 0%.
And for color, we need to use another property which is stop color. And I'm going to use green color. And then I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to change the offset 100%. And also I'm going to change the color blue. It's mean it start from 0th position and end to 100th position. In our 0 position, it start with green color. But in 100th position, it end with blue color. And now I want to see the gradient effect in our rectangle. But first, I'm going to assign a class to this rect element. Class shape. And now I'm going to create a selector in our style section. Dot shape. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a property named fill. And then we need to use URL function. And here we need to provide the gradient effect ID, which is L_G. So I'm going to copy this ID, hashtag L_G. And also we need to remove fill property from this place. If I save this file, here you can see a gradient. Here you can see it's starting with green color and end with blue color. If I play with offset value, let me show you. 80% and save this file. Here you can see 80% area filled with blue color. So in that way, it's work. So for now, I'm going to use 100%. Next, we have another property, which is stop opacity. Let me show you. If I use this property, using this property, you can provide transparency in this color. If I use 0 value and then save the file, here you can see it's completely transparent. And if I use 1 value, here you can see full color. So we can use value between 0 to 1. So I'm going to use 0.6. If I save this file, here you can see now it's semi-transparent. Now blue color is 60% transparent. But for now, I'm going to use 1 value. Now you can see it filled with solid color. Now let's talk about gradient direction. Here you can see our color going left to right. But I want this color top to bottom. For this, we need to pass x-axis value and y-axis value here. Here we need to use two types of x-axis and y-axis. x1, y1, x2, y2. Let me show you. x1 equal to, we don't need double quotes. I'm going to pass 0%. And for y1 also I'm going to use 0%. And for n coordinates, x2 value is 100% and y2 value is 0%. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes because I create same direction of this gradient color. And now I'm going to change x2 value 0 and y2 value 100. If I save this file, here you can see it's changed the direction. Now it's going top to bottom. And if you want a blue color in top, for that we need to change the values 0% and y1 is 100%. If I save this file, now you can see blue color come first and then green color. And if you want to show the color diagonally, for this we need to change the value. y1 is 0, y2 100%, x2 100%, y2 also 100%. If I save this file, now you can see our gradient colors work diagonally. In left and top corner you can see green color and you can see right bottom corner blue color. So now it's clear for you how we can create linear gradient color. For this, first you need to create the effect and then you need to assign an ID to this effect. And you can use this ID in fill property value. And you can apply this gradient in any type of shapes. Not only that, we can use multiple color in this gradient. So I'm going to duplicate this line. And now I want to use orange color. And I want to fill this color in 50% position. If I save this file, here you can see the effect. Here you can see it start with green, then come orange, and then come blue color. You can use any color in any percentage. And if you want to set opacity in this color, you can use stop opacity property. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn radial gradient. So thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about radial gradient. In our previous tutorial, we already learned linear gradient. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code and start the practical. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named part2.html. And as you can see, here we already create an rectangle shape. Now, I want to apply gradient color in this shape using its ID name. I want to fill this React shape with radial gradient color. For that, as you know, we need to fill it with ID name, RG. For that, I already fill this React shape with this ID, RG. RG stands for radial gradient. And then I'm going to create the radial gradient inside the div tag. Let me show you how. So inside this div tag, I'm going to type radial gradient. I think I did some spelling mistake. D-I-E-N-T. And now in this radial gradient, we need to assign this ID, the field ID, RG, radial gradient. So here I'm going to type ID equal to radial gradient, RG. Now inside this radial gradient, I'm going to assign the first color. So here I'm going to use stop tag. Then we need to mention the offset position. So I'm going to use offset attribute. Offset at, inside the double quotes, 0%. At 0% position, I want to apply stop color. Stop color. Stop color equal to, and I want to apply green color. Then I'm going to duplicate this line. At 100% position, I want to apply red color. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now, inside this React tag, you can see we have radial gradient color. It starts with green color and end with red color. And our green color starts from the center. Let's add another color at 50% position. So I'm going to duplicate this line, and at 50% position, I want to apply blue color. If I save this file, you can see the result. So this is how you can add as much color you want. And if you want to change the gradient position, yes, you can. I don't want to place this gradient center. I want to move it at that position. To move the gradient center point, we need to use CX and CY attributes. So here I'm going to type CX equal to 30%. And then I'm going to provide CY position. CY equal to 40%. And if I save this file, you can see the result. We successfully move the gradient position. We can place the gradient center point anywhere in our React tag. And if you start your gradient from the exact left top corner, just pass 0% x-axis value and 0% y-axis value and then save this file, you can see the result. Not only that, also you can control gradient radius. So first I'm going to move it at 50% position y-axis and 50% position x-axis. Then I'm going to use another attribute called R. R stands for radius. R equal to, I want to make gradient radius 20%. Basically, I'm going to reduce the area of gradient. After save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to extend your gradient radius, for that, just you need to pass more than 50% value. Suppose I'm going to pass 90%. After save this file, you can see the result. And for now, I'm going to use 20%. And also I'm going to change gradient starting color. I want to replace green with white. After save this file, you can see the result. Now let's play with focus point value. I want to change the focus of this radial gradient. For that, we need to use an attribute called fx. Fx. Because I want to change the focus from x-axis direction. Equal to, and I want to apply 10%. After set this file, you can see the result. This is what it create after change the focus 10% at x-axis direction. Still it is a radial gradient, but we just change the focus point. Now it's look like flashlight beam. And to create different gradient effect, just you need to play with these values. Suppose I'm going to make radius 40%. Also I'm going to change the fx value and I'm going to set it 20%. If I save this file, you can see the result. And similar to fx position, also we have fy position. So I'm going to type fy attribute equal to, and I'm going to make it 40%. After save this file, you can see it move our focus point upward. Now let's talk about the last attribute related to radial gradient, which is spread method. For that I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. At first I'm going to remove fx and fy attribute, then also I'm going to remove the radius value. Then I'm going to save this file again. And then I'm going to call this attribute spread method. So here I'm going to type spread. This attribute comes with total 3 values: pad, reflect and repeat. If I use pad, it is the default value. So I'm going to type pad. After use this value, if I save this file, as you can see there is no changes. And then I'm going to use the next value called repeat. If I save this file, you can see the result. If I reduce the gradient radius, let me show you, r equal to 20% and then save this file. Now it's more clear for you how it's work. Now it fill the container with repeatable gradient colors. And here you can notice the layer of repeated gradient. Now let's apply the last value of spread method, which is reflect. So I'm going to replace repeat with reflect. After save this file, this is what it create. Now it's create reflecting gradient pattern all over the rectangle box. I would like to suggest you try this different combination and create different gradient effect. If you play with this value every time, it is going to return a different result. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial we are going to learn how can we draw any complex shape without using SVG. For this we need to use any vectographic application like Adobe Illustrator, CorelDRAW, otherwise you can use any other vectographic application. And in this tutorial we are going to use Adobe Illustrator. Using Adobe Illustrator we can create complex geometrical shapes. And then we can convert the shape into a SVG document. So let's jump into the Adobe Illustrator software. So finally I open Adobe Illustrator application. Then we need to create a new file. To create a new file, you need to go File menu and click on New. Then you can see a lot of options. We are going to create file for web development purpose. So we are going to select web. Then here you can see lot of resolution. These are all web page resolutions. But I'm going to create my own resolution. I'm going to create 200 by 200. This is our view box area. If I click on create option, as you can see, it create a view box area by 200 by 200 pixel. This is our view box area. In this view box, we can draw any kind of shape. To draw a shape, at first I'm going to select this tool. It is pen tool. Using this pen tool, we can create stroke line. Let me show you. Suppose at that position, I want to create our first point. This is our starting point. And at that position, I'm going to create another point. This is our end point. So as you can see, it creates a straight line. In that case, our pen tool works as a line tag. And remember, this is our x-axis direction and this is y-axis direction. Also, using pen tool, we can create cubic Bezier line. Let me show you. So, our cubic Bezier line starting point is this point and our cubic Bezier end point is that point. So at that point, if I click on it and drag my mouse, as you can see, it creates a Bezier line. This is cubic Bezier line. Now, according to this view box, our first tag is line tag and our second tag is path tag. And as you know, using path tag, we can create any complex shape. Let me show you. Now I'm going to draw a complex shape. So we are going to start from at that position. Then I create some points and cover this point and join this point. Now you can see here we create a complex geometric shape. Now I want to fill this complex shape with a color. For that, first we need to select the arrow option, then we need to select this geometric shape. After that, from here, we can select any color. Suppose I want to fill with green color. As you can see, now our complex shape fill with green color. And if you want to change the stroke color of this complex shape, yes, you can. Just select the complex shape. Then you need to go this option. This time you need to select the stroke option. Now you can see our stroke is selected. And I want to assign to the stroke red color. After select the color, you can see the result. In SVG, we can draw this shape using path tool, otherwise polygon tool. We already know that. And now I'm going to show you how you can create a rectangle shape. For that, you need to select this option, this tool, rectangle. Then you need to select the starting position and click on it and drag your mouse. After drag your mouse, as you can see, it creates a rectangle shape with green fill color. And again, I want to change the fill color. For that, first you need to select the fill option. Then I'm going to fill with blue color. So this is how we can create rectangle shape, otherwise square shape. And if you want to create a ellipse shape, for that you need to select the ellipse tool. Using ellipse tool, first you need to select the starting point, then you can drag your mouse and create ellipse shape. And for this ellipse shape, I'm going to use yellow fill color. And now I would like to convert this image, convert this Adobe Illustrator image into a SVG graphics. For that, you need to select the file option. Then you need to select save as. After save as option, first you need to provide in which folder you want to save your file. This is the folder I want to save my file. And then you need to select in which format you want to save the file. Here you can see your option save as type. From here you can save it as Illustrator file, as PDF file. Also you can save it as SVG file. So I'm going to use this option SVG. Then I'm going to use the artboard. Use artboard area. If we do not use the artboard area, then it's going to take gray area as artboard. So I'm going to use only artboard. Then I'm going to click the save option. After select save option, here you can see a lot of option. You don't need to change anything. Just you need to select more option, and from the more option settings, you need to go advanced option. And here you can see an important option called CSS properties. And if I open this drop down menu, here you can see presentation attribute, style attribute, and style elements. For now, I would like to save this file using style elements. And then I'm going to press OK. And if I show you my current working directory, as you can see in my current working directory, there is a SVG file called Untitled 01. And now I'm going to set the same file using different CSS property. Let me show you. So again, I'm going to click on file menu, then I'm going to press save as, and I'm going to select the artboard area, and I'm going to rename the file image2. Image2. Then I select save option. But this time I'm not going to select style element. This time I'm going to use style attributes, and I'm going to save this file. And now if I show you my current working directory, as you can see, now we have total 2 SVG image. For my first image, here I use style elements properties. And for the second image, I use style attributes. And now I'm going to open one of my image using my browser. So here I'm going to open Chrome browser, and inside this Chrome browser, I'm going to open this image. As you can see the exact image what I create in my Adobe Illustrator software. And you can see the extension, it's an SVG image. And now I'm going to show you the source code, and you can understand what is the difference between these two images. Both the images going to return the same result. There is no changes, but if I open both the image in my code editor, let me show you. First I'm going to open Untitled.1 SVG, and then I'm going to open image2.1 one SVG. As you know, for SVG to image 2, we use style attributes. In this image, as you can see, first it use viewbox tag. And as I told you, we create a viewbox 200 by 200. Then we create a line tag. Then we create a path tag. And using path tag, we create a curved line. And then we use a polygon tag to create the complex geometric shape. And then we use a react tag. At last, we use circle tag. And remember, when we save this file, we use style attribute. That's why it uses inline styling method. But if I show you my first image, where I use style element, as you can see, it uses the same tag, but it do not use inline styling method. It uses line element, path tag, polygon tag, react tag, circle tag. All the tags are same, but for styling, it uses style elements. It uses class name to style the elements. And it do not follow the inline styling method. That's the difference between two files. But both the files going to return the same result. And remember, if we use similar fill color and similar stroke color, in that case, it's going to use the same class name. It's going to assign same class name both the element. But if we change one of the property, otherwise fill color, otherwise stroke color, then it's going to use different class name. In that case, as you can see, it's st1. And all the attributes and points you can notice in these tags, you are already familiar with that. You already know x1 point, y1 point, x2 point and a y2 point. This is our starting point and this is the end point. You are familiar with points, height, width, radius, circle y and circle x, etc. So I'm not going to explain it here. So this is up to you what kind of format you are going to choose, CSS attribute, otherwise CSS element. But personally, I will recommend use CSS element because it is more organized and very easy to edit. So in this tutorial, basically I try to teach you how we can convert vector graphic shape into an SVG image. Otherwise, Adobe Illustrator software is a huge topic. We cannot cover this topic in one video. If you remember this grid structure which I used in every tutorial to calculate the points, I create this grid structure using Adobe Illustrator and I just extract the SVG code and use it. So this is the simple introduction of Adobe Illustrator software, and there are other software and online tools that can convert vector graphic into a SVG image. Here you can create complex images using Adobe Illustrator software and you can convert it into an SVG image. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to create a complex image using Adobe Illustrator software. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn what is clip path tag in SVG. So let's try to understand what is clip path tag. So I back to my Adobe Illustrator software. Here you can see two shapes. As you can see, our first shape is heart shape and our second shape is circle shape. If I overlap the shape and select both the shape and then I press right click, here you can see an option make clipping mask. If I press, here you can see it cut the circle overlapping area according to the heart shape. Now the circle shape is visible only inside the heart shape. If I move the circle shape inside the heart shape, here you can see different result. We can move the circle shape inside the heart shape, something like that. Not only that, we can scale down it and animate it. Similarly, we have clip path tag in SVG. So before I start the practical, let me show you one thing. Here you can see a heart shape inside the view box. And I already extract the SVG code from this image. As you know, we need to use path tag to create this shape. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code editor and try to understand how it's work. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already create a HTML document. And this is our heart shape which is created by this path tag. And I already assign an ID to this path tag which is heart. So first, I'm going to create a circle before the path tag. So I'm going to type circle. As you know, to create a circle, we need to use three attributes. Our first attribute is cx. Cx equal to 40. Our next attribute is cy. cy equal to 35. And our last attribute is radius attribute. For radius attribute, we need to use r. r equal to, for now, I'm going to use 35. If I save this file, here you can see this circle. By default, it's come with black color, and you know that. And now I'm going to move this circle inside the clippath tag. So I'm going to type clippath, and I'm going to move this circle inside the clippath tag. And I'm going to set an ID to this clippath tag. Let me show you. ID equal to myClip. If I save this file, now you can see our circle is disappear. And now I want to show this circle only inside the heart shape, not outside the heart shape. For that, we need to use a tag, which is use. So I'm going to type use. And then we need to use some attributes to create this mask. Our first attribute is clippath equal to, inside the double quotes, URL. Then inside this parenthesis, we need to provide the clippath tag ID, hashtag myClip. And now we need to link this clippath with this heart shape. For this, we need to use another attribute. And you know that, which is xlink href. Let me show you. Colon href equal to, inside the double quotes, we need to provide this path tag ID, which is heart. So I'm going to type hashtag heart. And also I'm going to provide a field color, which is red. If I save this file, here you can see the result. It clipped the circle shape according to the heart shape. So this is the main use case of clippath tag. We can move the circle inside this heart shape, we can animate the circle inside this heart shape, and many more. So let's animate the circle shape inside this heart shape. And I already typed some CSS code for that. Let me show you. Here you can see I created keyframes. Name open your heart. And inside this keyframe, our heart going to start from radius 0. And it scale up to 60 pixel radius. And here we select our circle shape using CSS selectors. Here you can see inside myClip ID we have a circle tag. That's why first I use myClip and then I use circle tag. And then I call our animation, which is open your heart. And I want to run this animation for 5-second duration. And I want to play this animation for infinite time. That's why I use infinite value. I hope you have already basic knowledge about CSS animation. So if I save this file, here you can see the animation. Every 5-second duration, it's run our animation. I hope now you understand what is the use case of clippath tag. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned and stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can add scripting in SVG image. Suppose if you want to change object size and their path just using a click, then we need to use JavaScript for that. Here you can see inside our view box we have a rectangle shape. And also you can see a button below the view box. And now I want to scale this rectangle size by clicking this button. Something like that. For this, we need to use JavaScript. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor and try to understand how we can add JavaScript in SVG image. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And as you can see, I already created an HTML document, and inside this HTML document, I create a div, class container. And inside this div, I create a SVG image. And also you can see a rectangle shape inside this SVG image, which ID is rect. Then outside this container div, we create another div, class center. And inside this div, I create a button, which ID is button. And also you can see this button in my browser. And now I want to scale my rectangle shape when I click this button. For this, we need to use JavaScript. So, as you know, we need to use script tag for that. Let me show you. Script. Inside the script tag, I'm going to create a function. And our function name is scale size. So first I'm going to use function keyword. And our function name is scale size. And inside the parentheses, for now I don't want to pass any parameter. Then inside the curly braces, we need to select the ID of this rectangle. So document dot get element by ID, inside the parentheses and inside the double quotes our ID name, which is React. And now I want to scale the width of this rectangle. So we need to scale this with the attribute. So I'm going to use a function dot set attribute, inside the parentheses, inside the double quotes. First we need to pass the attribute name, and our attribute name is width, comma, and then we need to pass the value. And I want to scale up to 50 pixels, so I'm going to pass 50, then semicolon to end this line. Similarly, I want to scale the height of this rectangle, so I'm going to duplicate this line, and this time our attribute name is height. So I'm going to replace width with height, and height equal to 40 pixels. So whenever I click this button, I want to run this function. For that, we need to use another attribute, which is onClick. And inside this double quotes, we need to pass the function name, which is scale size. So I'm going to copy the function name and paste it here. And now I'm going to save this file and execute this code. Here you can see the result. It perfectly scales our rectangle. Let me show you once again. If I reload my browser, here you can see now our rectangle width is 30 pixels and height is 20 pixels. And whenever I click this button, it scales the rectangle. Now its width size is 50 pixels and height is 40 pixels. So using JavaScript, we can animate our shape, we can move our shape. You can do anything which you want. With scaling, now I want to move this shape in y-axis. For that, you need to change the y-axis value. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this line once again, but this time I'm going to select y attribute here, y. And I want to move this rectangle 30 pixels at y-axis direction. If I save this file and then click this button, here you can see first it scale our rectangle and then it's move our rectangle in y-axis direction. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use JavaScript with SVG images. Using JavaScript with CSS and using JavaScript with SVG, they are similar process. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial, and then we will start our exciting exercises and projects. Hello guys, good to see you back. Again I am back with a new tutorial related SVG, and in this tutorial we are going to learn SVG filters. Most of the advanced SVG animation effects made with filters. Also we can create image effects with that. In this tutorial we are going to explore the basics of SVG filters. At first we will learn what are SVG filters and how they are different from CSS filters. And then we use filter element and learn about filter primitives. With that, I am going to show you some demonstration how we can use it practically. So, what exactly is SVG filters? Before we start SVG filters, we need to understand CSS filters. As you might know, in CSS, we have certain functions, and we can use it for blur, drop shadow, color operation, etc. Also, we can control hue, saturation, brightness using CSS filters. And these filters are mostly applied in images. These are all CSS filters. And to use those filters, we need to work with filter function. But CSS filters are pretty limited. We mostly use them on images. And also the functionality is pretty basic. If you want more functionality, otherwise complex functionality, we need to use SVG filters. And here is the interesting part. CSS filters are subset of SVG filters. CSS filters are very easier to use, and it's come with simple functionality. For example, in CSS we can blur images, but the blur is uniform. Same amount of blur is all direction. But in SVG we can do the same blur with the different value x-axis and y-axis. Also we can control the edges of the image blur. You might think SVG filters are only work with SVG element. That's not true. We can apply it any HTML elements. To create this, we need to start with filter element. And also we need to use some special functions called filter primitives. To get started, you need to start with
SVG tag. And then you need to add filter element inside the SVG tag. And don't forget to add an ID to this filter tag, because this ID works as a reference of this filter. And inside this filter element, we need to add primitives. And these are all SVG filter primitives that we can use inside the filter tag. And finally, we need to apply the filters where we want to apply it. Suppose I want to apply this filter on an image tag. In that case, we need to type an attribute named filter equal to, inside the double quotes, we need to type URL. And inside the round braces, we need to link the filter with the ID. And there are a lot of primitives that you can use in your filter. And if you notice, you can see FE prefix, all of them. This prefix stands for filter effect. These primitives allow us to create simple effects like blur, drop shadow, lightning, etc. And also it can give you Photoshop grade effects like blending mode, compositing, displacement map, and more. So from the next tutorial, we are going to start the practical. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML page named index.html. And inside this body tag, we declare a SVG tag with 750 and height 500. And also the view box area is same. Next, we need to create a filter element. So inside the SVG tag, I'm going to type filter. And also, we need to assign an ID to this element. ID equal to demo. And inside this filter element, we are going to add a filter primitive. But at first, we are going to create another element where I'm going to apply this filter. And our element name is image. So here I'm going to type image. And here I'm going to use an attribute, xlink. Xlink colon href equal to, inside the double quotes, we need to provide the image path. You can see in my current working directory, there is an image, 01.jpg. I'm going to link this image. So here I'm going to type 01.jpg. If I set this file, you can see in my browser, we link our image successfully. And if you want to set width and height, yes, you can. Just you need to type width 100%. Also the height 100%. And also if you want to specify the starting position, yes, you can. For that, just you need to pass x-axis and y-axis. X 0. Also y-axis 0. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, my image resolution match with this dimension. That's why these attributes are not going to affect so much. Then back to the main topic and create the filter. As you can see, it's a blank filter now. But I want to apply this filter on this image. For that, we need to use an attribute. And our attribute name is filter. Filter equal to, inside the double quotes, we need to type URL. URL inside the round braces. Now we need to link this image with this filter with the help of the ID. So here I'm going to type hashtag demo. If I set this file, as you can see, it's completely blank. Now you cannot see the image because the filter is applied. Also, the filter is black. So let's go and add some primitives. At first, I want to apply a overlay color on this image. And then we are going to do a blending mode. The first primitive I'm going to use for solid color, which is FE flirt, this one. So here I'm going to type FE flirt. And for primitives, you need to use self-closing tags. If I set this file, by default is going to return black color. And now I'm going to add a flirt color. For that, here I need to pass an attribute, flirt hyphen color equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass a hexa value, hashtag 00 SF00. If I save this file, you can see the result. It's written green color. And if you want to control the opacity, yes, you can. For that, you need to use another attribute. And the attribute name is flood opacity. Flood-opacity. Equal to, for 100% opacity, we need to pass 1. If I save this file, you can see 100% opacity. Next, we need to use another tag, which is result. So here I'm going to type result. Result, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass flood. This primitive can be combined to other primitives. And to combine with another primitive, we can use result attribute as an ID. We can use the ID to another primitive to combine both the primitives. And next, I want to add another primitive for blending mode. For that, we are going to use this primitive, FE_blend, filter for combining images. So here, I'm going to type FE_blend. Now here, in this particular instance, we need to pass 2 sources. So our first attribute name is in. In equal to, inside the double quotes, source graphic. Source graphics basically means the image right here. If I save this file, you can see the result. After type the source graphic, we can see our image again. And now I want to blend this source graphic with this primitive, FE_flood. So here, we need to pass another source graphic. So I'm going to type into equal to inside the double quotes flood. So we link our second source graphic with this result. Next, we need to pass the blending mode. So here, I'm going to pass mode equal to inside the double quotes color burn. If I set this file, you can see the result. Hey, it's not work. Let's use a different color and then apply it. So I'm going to pass a different color. It's a blue color. If I set this file, as you can see, now it's work. It blends the color with the image. So this is how we can use SVG filters. This is the first example of SVG filter. In the next tutorial, I'm going to give you another example of SVG filter. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related primitives. In our previous tutorial, we already learned about how we can use primitive with SVG filters. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn this primitive, FE color matrix. This primitive is specially used to filter for color transform. This filter apply a matrix transformation to change the color of input pixel. You can use it for color manipulation, like grayscale conversion, color shifting, etc. And in our practical example, I am going to show you how can we convert color image into a grayscale image. So let's start the practical. So as you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index2.html. In our previous tutorial, we already learned about how we can use SVG filters. So, at first, as you know, we need to assign an ID to our filter. So I'm going to assign the same ID name, FE color matrix. So I copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Then we need to apply this filter in our image. So here I'm going to pass hashtag and our ID name, FE color matrix. If I save this file, as you know, it's going to return blank. Because our filter is blank, that's why it returned blank. As I told you, I'm going to use this filter for grayscale conversion. So I'm going to call this filter FE color matrix and I'm going to close this tag. At first, inside this color matrix, I'm going to use type attribute. Type equal to, and inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass saturate. After save this file, you can see the result, but we do not pass any values. We can control the color saturation of this image using this filter. So for that, we need to pass the values. So I'm going to type value equal to, inside the double quotes, first I'm going to pass
0.9. After save this file, as you can see, there is minor changes. You cannot identify the changes because here you need to pass value between 0.9 to 0.1. So if I pass 0.1 and then save this file, as you can see, it nearly desaturates our image, but it's not completely desaturate our image. If I pass 0.0 and then save this file, now you can see, now it completely desaturates the image. Here you need to pass value between 0.0 to 1. If I pass 1 and then save this file, now you can see our image is completely saturated. You can see all the colors. But if I pass 0.5 and then save this file, now this filter reduces the saturation of the colors in the SVG element and it reduces 50% color because here we pass 0.5. Not only that, we can apply this same filter in SVG elements. So here I'm going to create a React element. And first I'm going to assign width. Width equal to 100. Also I'm going to assign height. Height equal to 100. Then I'm going to assign color. I want to fill with blue color. So here I'm going to type style attribute. Style, and to apply the color, as you know, we need to use fill property. Fill blue. Then I'm going to apply the filter. To apply the filter, as you know, we need to use filter attribute. Filter colon and we need to pass URL. Then inside the URL tag, first we need to pass hashtag. Then we need to apply the filter. But before I apply this filter, let's save the file. After save this file, here you can see the result. Here we create a React element with blue color. And now I'm going to apply this filter, FE color matrix. So I copy this ID, filter ID, then I'm going to pass it here. After save this file, as you can see, it reduces the blue color value 50%. And if I pass 1, just 1, and then save this file, you can see the result. And if you make it completely desaturate, just you need to pass 0. Now it make it completely desaturate. Now there is no color in this image, also in this React element. So this is how we can use it. Now let me show you another example, another usage of this filter. So we are already learned how we can use this filter for saturation purpose. And now I'm going to use the same filter for custom color. So again, I'm going to type filter tag. Also, I'm going to assign an ID, and this time our ID name is custom color. Then I'm going to close this tag. Then inside this filter, I'm going to use FE color matrix primitive. FE color matrix primitive. So here I'm going to type FE color matrix. I don't need this closing tag because I need this single tag. And then here I'm going to pass an attribute. And our attribute name is type. Basically, we can simply just copy this primitive. And I'm going to replace it here. Then I'm going to change the type. Here I'm going to pass type called matrix. This time we use this primitive with matrix type. And now we need to pass the values. But this time the value attribute contains a 4x5 matrix that defines the color transformation. Basically, I want to say here we need to pass total 4 rows and we need to pass total 5 value in each row. Each row of the matrix corresponds to one of the output color channel. Our first row going to stands for red color. Our second row going to stands for green color. Our third row going to stands for blue color. And our fourth row going to stands for alpha. So without confusing you, let me pass some value. So in our first row, I'm going to pass this value, 0.5. Then I'm going to pass 0. Our next value is 0.
space 0 and 0. If you notice, you can see in our row, here we pass total 5 value. This first row represent the red channel, red color channel. And here we pass 50% red color. Then in the second row, here I'm going to pass green color channel. And I want to apply 100% green color. So at first I'm going to pass 0, then I'm going to pass 1, space 0, space 0, space 0. As I told you, every row going to contain 5 different value. Our second row represent green channel, 100% green channel. But our first row represent 50% red channel. Then in our third row, here I'm going to pass blue channel value. So I'm going to pass 0, space 0, space 1, space 0 and 0. Next, we need to pass the alpha value. For alpha value, I'm going to pass 0, space 0, space 0, space 1, space 0. As I told you, our last row stands for opacity, alpha value. And now I'm going to set this file and I'm going to apply the same filter to this image. So I'm going to duplicate this image and comment out previous line. And this time I'm going to copy this filter ID and replace with this filter. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it adds a new filter layer to this image. And if you increase the otherwise decrease any channel value, let me show you. Suppose I want to increase red channel value. I want to make it 9. Then save this file. You can see the different result. So this is how it's work. For now, I'm going to use 50% red channel. At the same way, you can change green channel value. Suppose here I pass 0.5 and then save this file. Now you can see different effect. Basically, if you want to become expert on it, you should have knowledge of basic photo editing. Also, you should have knowledge of software like Photoshop. Then you can understand this value very well. So this is how we can use this primitive. I hope now it's clear for you. From the next tutorial, we are going to learn the remaining ones. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related SVG filter. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn this filter, FE Component Transfer. This filter element implements color manipulation on each color channel separately. As you know, we have 3 color channels, red, green and blue. With that, also we have another channel called alpha. As you know, we can control transparency using this color channel. The 4 color channels in these elements are FE, Func R, FE, Func G, FE, Func V and FE, Func A. So to use this filter, we need to use this color channel inside this filter. And while performing color manipulation, the element should only have one child element of each type. And we have only one attribute, which is in. And it is used to store input for the given primitive. And in our elements, we can only total 4 types: table, discrete, gamma, linear. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use these filters. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in this HTML tag, we have a SVG tag, and here we set width and height, and also we set the view box. For now, it's an empty filter, but we set an ID demo. Also inside this SVG tag, we link an image. And you can see the image in my browser. Now, I'm going to create this filter. So, inside this filter tag, I'm going to use this primitive, which is FE Component Transfer. Then inside this primitive, at first, I'm going to use alpha element. So here I'm going to type FE FUNC A for alpha. Then I'm going to close this tag. First I'm going to use, at first inside this element I'm going to use type attribute. Type equal to inside the double quotes, and I'm going to type table. As I told you, we have total 4 types. So
First, I'm going to use table type. Then we need to use another attribute, which is table value. Equal to, inside the double quotes, here we need to pass the values. For alpha value, I'm going to pass 0 space 0 space 1 space 1. And then I'm going to create another channel, which is blue channel. So I'm going to duplicate this section and I'm going to replace A with capital B. And here I'm going to type 0, 1, then I'm going to pass 0, 1. Next, I'm going to apply the green color channel. So again, I'm going to duplicate this line and replace B with capital G. And I'm going to change the values. First, I'm going to type 1 space 1, 0, 0. And at last, I'm going to apply red color channel. So I'm going to replace G with capital R and change the values. First, I'm going to type 0 space 1 space 0. And I'm going to save this file. And now, I'm going to apply this filter in this image. And for that, as you know, here we need to type URL. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to use IDs. So I'm going to use this ID. So here I'm going to pass hashtag sign and then I'm going to pass the ID name demo. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it applied the modified color channel in this image. This type of mapping can be useful for custom color transformation or effects within SVG graphics. And you can play with this value to change the channels. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn another primitive. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial, and in this tutorial, we are going to learn another SVG filter primitive. We are going to focus on FE composite. Now the question is, what is FE composite? FE composite is used to combine multiple images or graphics element. It allows you to specify how different source images or elements should be composite together to produce a final result. The FE composite element is typically used within SVG filters to apply complex image processing effects. For example, you can use FE composite to perform operations such as combining two images using arithmetic operator like add, subtract, multiple or overlay. It is a very powerful tool for creating advanced visual effects in SVG. And it's come with some operator like over, in, atop, out, zor, lighter or arithmetic. Now, before I start the practical, I want to show you some examples. So as you can see, I open Adobe Illustrator software. And in this software, here I create total 2 elements. At first, I'll create a circle element, and above the circle element, I create a star element. Now, I'm going to perform some operation using Pathfinder. Some Pathfinder operations are pretty similar with FE composite primitive. So I'm going to select both the element and from the Pathfinder, I'm going to select this option, minus back. After select minus back, you can see the result. Next, I'm going to select another option, which is crop. After select crop, you can see the result. This kind of operation we can do using FE composite. Also, we can perform this operation and this operation and this one, minus font. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a SVG filter. And we assign an ID to this filter is composite filter. And before I create the SVG filter, at first we define the SVG image. And here we set width 400 pixel and height 400 pixel. Then inside this depth tag, we create the filter, composite filter. Then we use FE image tag to load the image. Here we use two FE image tag. First one is for background image. Circle shape is our background image and star shape is our foreground image. And also we store them as background result and foreground result. Then we use FE composite primitive but we do not use any operator value. In FE composite, here we need to use total 3 attributes: operator attribute, in attribute, and into attribute. At in attribute, here we need to pass the first source of image, and into attribute, here we need to pass second source of image. And then finally, we apply this filter to an image element that display the background image. And you already know about that, how we can apply filter in our image. And now I am going to apply all the operators one by one. At first, I am going to apply over operator. This is the default operator. After save this file, as you can see, there is no changes. Then I am going to use in operator. After save this file, you can see the changes. The part of this source graphic which is defined by in attribute, that overlap the destination graphic which is defined by into attribute, and in operator replace the destination graphic. Now I am going to use another operator which is out. After save this file, you can see the result. The parts of the source graphic defined by in attribute that fall outside the destination graphic defined in into attribute. Basically, it crops the circle area from the star. And then I'm going to use another value which is a top. After save this file, you can see the result and you can see the effects. Next, I'm going to use another value ZOR. After save this file, you can see the result. These operations are pretty similar with Adobe Illustrator Pathfinder. That's why I start this tutorial with Adobe Illustrator, to give you the idea what kind of operation we are going to conduct. Our next value is lighter. So I'm going to replace ZOR with lighter. After save this file, you can see the result. Now we have one operator remaining, which is arithmetic operator. And it's come with total 4 values: K1, K2, K3 and K4. So here I'm going to use arithmetic. Then we need to pass the 4 values. First I'm going to pass K1. K1 equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 0.1. Then I'm going to pass K2. K2 equal to 0.2. Then I'm going to pass K3. K3 equal to 0.3. And last I'm going to pass K4. K4 equal to 0.4. After save this file, you can see the result. So this is what we can do using FE composite primitive. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use this one. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next primitive. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related SVG filter primitives. And in this tutorial we are going to learn FE convolve matrix. FE convolve matrix is an SVG filter primitive that allows you to perform a 2D convolution operation on an input image. This operation involves combining each pixel in the image with its surrounding neighbors using a kernel matrix to produce a new pixel value. And if I talk about its attributes, it's come with total 10 attributes in order: kernel matrix, divisor, bias, target X, target Y, edge mode, preserve alpha, kernel unit length, etc. Now let's talk about the syntax. FE convolve matrix, and these are the attributes we need to use in this syntax. We don't need to use all the attributes at once. According to our needs, we can use these attributes. And if I talk about these attributes, our first attribute is in. It stores input for the given primitive. Our second attribute is order. It tests the size of the matrix to be used by the filter element. By default, it is 3 by 3. Then comes kernel matrix. It defined the list of numbers that from the kernel matrix. The kernel is a simple edge detection filter known as shovel operator for detecting vertical edges.
Our next attribute is divisor. It's defined the sum of values of the kernel matrix. By default, it is set to 1. Our next attribute is bias. It set the range of the filter. By default, it's set to 0. Then we have target X and target Y. Now let's start the practical. First, I'm going to apply this attribute, kernel matrix. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag, we have SVG tag. And here we set width 100% and height 400. And then we have depth tag. And inside this depth tag, we are going to create the filter. But before I create the filter, let's explain what we did here. First, we use a React tag. So as you can see in this React tag, we set width 500 and height 300. And here we set stroke color. And also we set fill color dark green. And then we use group element. And in this group element, we put an text, hello world. And here I set font size 34 pixel and font family Vardhana. And as you can see, our text color is white color. Here we use a hexa value. Now let's create the filter and try to see what it basically going to return. So inside this depth tag, I'm going to type filter tag. Then I'm going to set an ID to this filter. ID equal to convol. Then inside the filter tag, I'm going to use the primitive, which is fe convolve matrix. So I'm going to type fe convolve matrix. I think I did some spelling mistake. Oops, it's fe. It should be fe, not fr. Then close this tag. Then inside this fe convolve matrix, I'm going to use an attribute, which is kernel matrix equal to, and here we need to pass some values, some kernel values. And by default, as I told you, our kernel matrix going to take 3x3 grid value, 3x3 grid structure value. Let me show you how. In our first row, I'm going to pass 1 space 5 space -1. Then in our second row, I'm going to pass -1 space 0 space 4. Then in our third row, I'm going to pass 0 space 0 and -1. The first row of kernel matrix is 1, 5, -1. This value corresponded to the weights used for the first row of pixel in the convolution operation. And the second row value is -1, 0 and 4. These are weights of the second row pixel. Basically, we are going to perform some pixel manipulating using this primitive. This one is very advanced level primitive. Even I don't have proper knowledge about it. And the third row representing the weightage for the third row of pixel. And now I'm going to apply this filter in my React tag and the text. So here I'm going to use the filter attribute. Filter equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass the URL, URL. Then inside the round braces, hashtag, I'm going to pass this ID. Also, I'm going to call the same filter in my text. So I'm going to copy the filters section and in my text tag, after y value, after y attribute, I'm going to paste this filter. I'm going to call this filter. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now, if you look at carefully in my text, as you can see, it reduces the sharpness of this text. It looks like our text is shaking. Also, it effect in my rectangle shape. It would be more clear if I reduce the font size. If I make it 10 pixel and then save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it distort the pixel of this text. This is what we can do with this filter. Now, let's add an image and try to apply this filter to this image. So after group tag, I'm going to paste the image source code. I already copied the code from our previous tutorial. Then I'm going to remove this URL ID and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. This is our image. And now if I apply this filter to this image, so I'm going to copy this filter ID and here I'm going to use hashtag sign and then paste the code and then paste the ID name. After save this file, if you notice, it affect our image a little bit. Let's play with the values. So I'm going to change the values. Kernel matrix. So first I'm going to pass in our first row -7. Our next value is minus, I'm going to make it -10. And the third value is, I'm going to make it -15. Then in our second row, I'm going to start with -10. Then our next value is also 10. Then our second row, third column value is -1. And for the third column, I'm going to remain it same. After save this file, let's see what it's going to return. After save this file, now it's more clear for you. After change the value, now you can see it little bit blur our image. Each value in the kernel matrix affects how the conversion operation combine the input pixel values to produce the output pixel values. If I pass positive values, then it enhances the features, while negative values may suppress them. The center pixel of kernel matrix basically multiply with the surrounding pixels, and it's create a new pixel and then it return the pixel. Just you need to keep in mind, SVG filter like FE convol matrix can be quite powerful, but it may require some experiment to achieve the desired effect. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope I can give you the little introduction how we can use FE convol matrix filter. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related SVG filter. And in this tutorial we are going to learn this primitive, FE diffuse lighting. Diffuse lighting filter primitive lights an image using alpha channel as a bump map. Using diffuse lighting, the side of the object facing the light are brighter and the side facing away are darker and in shadow. And with diffuse lighting, we are going to learn 3 other primitive: FE distance light, FE point light, and FE spotlight. And also we need FE composite primitive. Together using this primitive, we can create different light effect: distance light, point light, spotlight, etc. Now let's talk about some attributes. So these are the attributes that we need with diffuse lighting: in, surface scale, diffuse constant, kernel length, kernel unit length, etc. The in attribute identify input for the given filter primitive. Our next attribute is surface scale. It represents the height of the surface. Its value is multiplied by the alpha value. Default value is 1. Next attribute is diffuse content. It is a non-negative number whose default value is 1. And then we have kernel unit length. It tells the intended distance between successive columns. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag, we have a SVG tag, and in this SVG tag, at first we set up a canvas, and our canvas width is 440 pixel and height is 140 pixel. Then I create a circle, and our circle color is green, and I type no light because in this circle I'm not going to apply any light. Then I create another circle. This is the circle where I'm going to apply the lighting. Then I create a filter and set an ID light me 1. For now my filter is empty, and here I'm going to apply FE point light. So we need to use this primitive FE point light with FE diffuse lighting. So at first inside this filter tag I'm going to create FE diffuse lighting primitive. So I'm going to type FE diffuse lighting, and then I'm going to use some attributes. Here I'm going to type in equal to, inside the double quotes, as I told you, this in input identifies input for the given filter primitive. So I'm going to identify it as a source graphic. Then our next attribute is result. Result equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to use light. Third, we need to pass another attribute called lighting color. Lighting dash color. Lighting color equal to white. And I'm going to set this file. Then inside this primitive, we need to use another primitive, which is FE point light primitive. So I'm going to use this primitive. So I have to type FE point light. Sorry, we don't need this closing tag. And then we need to pass some attribute. First, we need to pass x-axis value. X equal to 150. Then we need to pass y-axis value. Y equal to 60. This is going to define point light source. Also, we need to pass z-axis. So here we type z equal to 20. And now we need to use FE composite primitive. This is going to combine original graphic with the lighting effect. Let me show you how. So here I'm going to type FE composite. Again, we don't need this closing tag. Then we need to pass some attributes. So here I'm going to pass some attribute. Our first attribute is in attribute. In equal to, here I'm going to pass source graphic. Source graphic is our original graphic. So I'm going to copy source graphic. Then we need to pass another attribute which is in2. In2 equal to, here we need to pass second source graphic which is light. Then we need to pass operator, and we are going to use arithmetic operators. Operator equal to arithmetic, and now we need to pass K1, K2, K3 and K4 value to ensure that the original graphics is combined in a way that preserves its original appearance while applying the lighting effect. As I told you, to combine it, we need to pass total 4 value. K1 equal to, inside the double quotes, 1. Then I duplicate this line. Our next value is K2. And K2 equal to 0. Then I duplicate it again. K3 also equal to 0. Then I duplicate it again. And K4 equal to 0. And I'm going to save this file. And now I'm going to apply this filter in this circle. For that, we are going to use its ID name, lightme1. So inside the URL, I'm going to use hashtag sign, and then I'm going to paste the ID name, lightme1. If I save this file, you can see the effect. So this is what a point light look like. Now create another lighting effect, which is distance light, FE distance light. So here, I'm going to type a comment. The light source is a FE distance light element, and I'm going to create the FE distance light. So I'm going to copy this section and paste it here. At first, I'm going to replace this name. FE point light to FE distance light. Then just we need to replace this primitive FE point light with distance light. And next we need to use some attributes. Our first attribute name is, first attribute I'm going to use is azimuth. So I'm going to type AZIMUTH. Azimuth equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 240. Now, what is the usage of this attribute? It specifies the direction angle of the light source in the x-axis plane. Basically, it specifies direction angle of light. Next, here we need to pass another attribute, elevation. Elevation equal to 20. Basically, it specifies the angle of the light source above the xy plane. Also, we need to change the filter ID. I'm going to replace lightme 1 with lightme 2. Then I'm going to apply this filter in this circle. And before I save this file, let's zoom out this page. Then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, oops, it's overlap with each other. So we need to change the position. Here I'm going to make it 280 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. Also, we need to move this circle. So here, also I'm going to pass CX value 280 pixel. After save this file, you can see the result. You can see this is how it's look. Now, let's create the last light effect, which is FE spotlight. We already create point light, distance light, and now we are going to create FE spotlight. So again, I'm going to copy this section and I'm going to paste it here. At first, I'm going to change the position of this text. Here I'm going to move it up to 390. And then also I'm going to move the circle at x-axis direction 390 pixel. Then I'm going to replace the ID of this filter. I'm going to replace lightme 2 with lightme 3. Also I'm going to replace it here. Then I replace the text FE distance light with FE spotlight. Next, inside the FE diffuse lighting filter, I want to remove this primitive. I don't need this primitive now. This time we need to use another primitive called FE spotlight. Then inside this primitive we need to pass some attributes. First we need to pass x-axis attribute, y-axis attribute and z-axis attribute. X-axis equal to 360. Then we need to pass y-axis. Y-axis equal to, here we need to 5. And for z-axis equal to, I'm going to pass 30. And then I'm going to pass another attribute called limiting cone angle. Limiting cone angle equal to, and I'm going to pass 20 degree. Basically, it's defined the cone angle that limits the spread of the spotlight. Next, we need to pass 3 other attributes, which is point at x equal to 390. Then we need to pass, so I'm going to duplicate this line, point at y. Point at y equal to 80. Next, I'm going to pass point at z. So again I duplicate this line and here I'm going to replace x with y with z. So we need to make it capital, otherwise it's not going to work. So I'm going to pass capital letter. And point at z equal to 0. Basically these 3 values specify the target point that the spotlight is detected at. So if I save this file, here you can see the result. This is what it creates after using this spotlight. So our first circle appears with no light effect. Our second circle diffuse lighting effect using a point light and giving it a 3D dimensional look. And in our third circle we use distance light and it's going to provide it uniform 3-dimensional look. And in our fourth circle we use spotlight and it provide focus 3-dimensional look with more dramatic lighting effect. To use other lighting effects we use FE diffuse lighting primitive.
So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial about SVG primitive, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new primitive which is FE displacement map. It is the most popular and useful primitive in SVG filters. This filter primitive in SVG is used to create a displacement effect on an image by using the pixel values from a displacement map image. This effect can distort an image in various ways, such as creating ripple effects or shifting parts of the image based on another image's pixel value. And if I talk about its syntax, it looks like that. First we need to type FE displacement map, and then we need to use this attribute in. Here we need to provide the source graphic. Then we have another attribute in2, and here we need to pass the displacement map image. Then we have scale, and here we need to pass scale value. Then we have X channel selector and Y channel selector attribute. As I told you, it takes total 2 input to create one result. The image content to displace specify in a in2 attribute, and in our in attribute we defined which displacement effect we are going to apply, and in our scale attribute we define the amount of displacement. Higher values result in a more pronounced effect, and this attribute is used to x-axis displacement. Here we can use one of the value. We can use R value, red value, green value, otherwise blue value. Also we can use alpha value. In the same way we have y-axis displacement. And to make the concept more clear, let's start the practical. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document. For now, our document is completely blank. So inside our body tag, first I'm going to take SVG tag, SVG. Then I close this tag. At first, we need to define SVG width, height and view box area. So I'm going to type width equal to 200. Also, I'm going to take height equal to also 200. Then I'm going to take another attribute which is view box. View box equal to, inside the double quotes, first we need to provide x-axis value, x-axis 0, y-axis 0, then we need to provide the area. Here I'm going to pass 220 by 220. Then inside this SVG tag, first I'm going to create a circle. To create this circle, as you know, we need to provide some attributes, and our first attribute is cx. Cx equal to, inside the double quotes, 100. Our next value is cy. Cy equal to 100. Inside the double quotes, 100. Then I'm going to provide stroke color to this circle. Stroke equal to, and I want to use green color, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, we don't have any circle in my browser because we forgot to provide radius. So here I'm going to type r equal to, inside the double quotes, 100, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. As you know, by default, SVG fill our element with black color. And now it's time to create the filter. So here I'm going to type filter tag. I'm going to assign an ID to this filter. ID equal to, and our ID name is displacement filter. And now I want to apply this filter in my circle. To apply it, as you know, we need to use style tag. Style equal to, I'm going to use filter property. So inside the double quotes, here I'm going to type filter. Filter colon URL. Then inside the double quotes, we need to pass the ID of this filter. Hashtag, and our filter name is displacement filter. If I save this file, it's going to disappear our circle.
So after save this file, as you can see, it disappeared our circle. Then inside this filter tag, I'm going to create the primitive. And our primitive name is FE displacement map. And I'm going to close this tag. Then inside this primitive, I'm going to use the attributes. First, I'm going to use into attribute. In to. For now, I'm going to leave it blank. Then I'm going to use in attribute. In. And here I'm going to pass source graphic. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass source graphic. Then we need to use scale attribute. Scale equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 50. Scale value 50. With this, we need to pass two other attributes, X channel selector and Y channel selector. So I'm going to type X channel selector. X channel selector equal to, and I'm going to use R profile, R. We need to pass R in capital. Then I'm going to duplicate this section. So I copy it and paste it here, and here I'm going to pass Y channel selector. And this time I'm going to pass B value. If I save this file, nothing is going to happen. Basically just scale this circle, nothing happened too much. As I told you, using in attribute, we can specify the input image. And our input image is this circle. But in our into attribute, we need to pass the displacement map image, whose pixel values are going to use to modify the input image. So here I'm going to use another primitive, which is going to modify the source image. So our another primitive I'm going to use, which is turbulence, FE turbulence. So before the displacement map, I'm going to type FE turbulence. Also, we need to provide some attribute to this primitive. First, we need to declare the type. Type equal to, inside the double quotes, turbulence. LENC, not ANC. Don't worry, we are going to learn FE turbulence primitive in our upcoming tutorial. In this tutorial, we are just focused on FE displacement map. So the next attribute I'm going to pass, which is base frequency. Base frequency equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 1. And the next attribute I'm going to pass, which is num optics. And num optics equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 2. And the last attribute we need to pass in FE turbulence is result. Result equal to, and here I'm going to pass turbulence. And now we need to link this primitive. We need to link FE turbulence primitive with displacement map using into attribute. So here I'm going to pass turbulence. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. This is what it creates after apply the FE turbulence effect in FE displacement map. As I told you, it takes total 2 inputs to create one result. Let me show you another example with real image. So if I show you my current working directory, there is an image named 1.jpg. So I'm going to use this image. So here I'm going to link the image. And I already applied this filter. And before I save this file, I'm going to change the SVG image width. And also I'm going to comment out this circle. I don't need this circle for this example. And this time I'm going to make SVG width is 500 pixel and height is 333 pixel. Also we need to define it in our viewbox area. So here I'm going to pass 500, and for height I'm going to pass 333, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it's not working. So at first I'm going to change the base frequency value from the FE turbulence. I'm going to make it 0.05. Let's save the file and see is it work properly or not. Yes, after save this file, as you can see, it start working. We can manipulate the displacement using base frequency value, num optics value. Let me show you. So if I change the num optics value, so I'm going to make it 3, and then save this file, you can see little changes. Then I'm going to change the scale value. If I make it 200, let's see, and save the file. As you can see, this is what it returned. So for now, I'm going to make it 50. With that, if I change one of the channel, suppose Y channel selector, I'm going to use green value G. Then save this file, you can see the different result. So you need to experiment with that to get the different result. So this is how we can use displacement map. Using displacement map, we can create various wavy effect in our elements. And don't worry, we are going to create animation project using this filter. I hope now this primitive is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related SVG filter primitive. And in this tutorial we are going to learn FE turbulence primitive. The FE turbulence SVG filter generate noise, which is helpful in simulating several natural phenomena like clouds, fire and smoke, and generating complex texture like marble or granite. And the noise can be used to distort image and text. Purling turbulence function is used to generate purling noise. Most of the amazing SVG filters made with this primitive, FE turbulence. Using it, we can create fire, smoke, any complex texture, etc. And if I talk about its syntax, first we need to type FE turbulence, then we need to use some attributes. Type attribute, base frequency attribute, num octave attributes, seed attribute, and slit tiles. Now, let's talk about this attribute. What can we do with this attribute? Our first attribute is type attribute. It's come with two values, turbulence, otherwise fractal noise, and the default value is turbulence. Then come base frequency. Its affect the size and the grain of generated noise. Default value is 0. Then we have num octaves. It defines the frequency or details of noise, and its default value is 1. Then we have seed. It provides a different starting number for the random function. At last, we have stitch tiles. It is used to create a stitching effect when you have two adjacent areas of noise. It defines the behavior of purling noise at the border and corners. So it comes with total 5 different attributes. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this attribute. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, in our body tag, we have a SVG tag, and inside this SVG, we set height 200 pixel and width 200. Then inside the depth tag, we create a filter ID turbulence filter. Then inside this filter, here we use FE turbulence primitive. We use type attribute, base frequency attribute, num octaves attribute, and seed attribute. But we do not provide any value to this attribute. Then we have a react tag. We have a rectangle tag. Here we set width 200 pixel and height 200 pixel. It's a square box. And as you can see, it filled with red color. At first, I am going to apply this filter in this rectangle. So here I use filter attribute, and I'm going to copy this ID. Then I'm going to type URL. Then inside the round braces, we need to use the hashtag sign, and we need to paste the ID. And if I save this file, as you can see, it hides our rectangle element. Then one by one, I'm going to add attribute values. First, I'm going to provide type value, type. As I told you, it comes with two values, turbulence and fractional noise. Turbulence is the default value. So I would like to go with fractional noise. Then we have base frequency. The default value of base frequency attribute is 0. But here I'm going to use little amount of base frequency, which is 0.05. Next, we have num octaves. As I told you, the default value of num octave is 1. But here, I'm going to pass 3. At last, we have seed. And here I'm going to pass 2. If I save this file, you can see the result. This is what it creates. Here it creates a little cloudy, noisy and smoky effect. And if I change the values little bit, you can see the different result. Suppose here I'm going to change the base frequency value. I'm going to use 0.5, not 0.5. And then set this file, you can see the base frequency result. At the same way, if I change the num optics value 3 to 5 and seeds value 3 and set this file, here you can identify little changes. So for now, I'm going to set base frequency 0.05 and you can see the result. And if I use the default type value turbulence, so I'm going to replace factual noise with turbulence and then set this file, you can see the result. This is what it creates. As I told you, most of the time we use this primitive with another primitive, which is FE displacement map, and we already learned about it in our previous tutorial. So if I call another primitive FE displacement map and set num optics value 2 and seed value 5 and then save this file, you can see the result. I'm not going to explain you how we can use FE displacement map because I already covered it in our previous tutorial. In this tutorial, I just try to focus on FE turbulence only. So this is how we can use this primitive. And if you want different results, then you need to experiment with this value. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use FE turbulence. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. From this tutorial, we are going to start our project. This is our first project and our project name is moving car. Here you can see a car. It's a complete SVG image. This is not HTML page and you can see it in my URL bar .svg file. So let's reload my browser and see what happened. Here you can see our car moved right to left direction. And if you notice, you can see when our car stopped, it's also stopped our wheels. So this is the very exciting animation. So let's see how we can create this animation. So here you can see side by side I open my current working directory and my browser. And as you can see, inside my current working directory, there is a SVG file. And the file name is jeep-cabrio. And I open the same SVG file in my browser. And here you can see the image. And now I'm going to jump into the Adobe Illustrator software. Let me show you. Here you can see I also open the same SVG image in Adobe Illustrator. And now I'm going to create a new SVG file. For that, first we need to create a new AI file. So I'm going to click on this file section and then I click new. And I want to create our viewport area with full HD resolution. That's why I'm going to use 1920 by 1080 resolution. So this is our viewbox area. And now I'm going to drag this car in this page. And I'm going to scale up this SVG image little bit. And now I'm going to save this file as a SVG image. For this, I'm going to click on file section and then I press save as. And I'm going to save this file in my current working directory. And also I'm going to change the file name, which is moving car _car. And now I'm going to select the file type, which is SVG. And then I select use artboard option. And then I press save. And I would like to go with style element properties. So I'm going to press OK. Here you can see in my current working directory, there is another SVG image, which is moving _car -01. And if I open this image in my browser, here you can see the image. In this exercise, I don't want to work with HTML page. I directly work with SVG image. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor and try to create the animation. So finally, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code Editor. And I also open moving car SVG file. And here you can see we have total 3 path tag. Our first path tag is for our car body. Our second path tag is for car front wheel. And our third path tag is for car rear wheel. So first, I'm going to assign a class name to our car body. Class equal to car _ body. And I'm going to create a selector using this class name. So I'm going to copy this name and here I'm going to use style tag.
and insert the style tag dot our class name, and insert the curly braces. First I want to change the car body color. For that I'm going to use fill property, and for body color I'm going to use red color. If I save this file and reload my browser, here you can see we successfully changed the car body color. And our next task is we need to rotate the wheels at 360 degree. For that we need to use animate transformation tag. Let me show you. And we need to use animate transformation tag inside the path tag. For that we need to use closing path tag. Path. So first I'm going to type the tag name, which is animate transform, and also we need to end the tag, and then we need to use some properties. Our first property name is attribute name. Let me show you. And our attribute name is transform. If you're familiar with CSS animation, then you hear this sound lot of times. Our next property name is attribute type, and our attribute type is XML. We already know that our SVG image is made with XML tags. That's why our attribute type is XML. And then we need to provide the animation type. Type equal to, and our animation type is rotate. So I'm going to type rotate. And then we need to pass from value and to value. From equal to from 360 degree, and in our to value to 0 degree. And then we need to provide the duration time, dur equal to, and I want to run this animation for 3 seconds, 3s. And then we need to provide the repeat time of this animation. For that we need to use another property, which is repeat count equal to, and I want to repeat this animation for 1.35 time. This is totally depend on you, how much time do you want to repeat your animation. If I save this file, it's going to rotate our wheel, but we do not provide the half point of this wheel. That's why it's going to return a different result. Let me show you. If I reload this file, here you can see the image. It's rotate our wheel according to 0 x-axis point. So we need to pass the exact coordinates of this wheel hub. And to get this exact value of this hub point, we need to back to the Adobe Illustrator application. So once again, I'm back to my Adobe Illustrator application. And now we need to find the exact hub point of this wheel. So I'm going to select this wheel. And here you can see the x-axis point of this wheel and y-axis point of this wheel. So I'm going to copy the x-axis point. And if you notice, you can see after decimal point, it starts with 7. It's mean it above the 0.5. So we can use 753 point for that. And also you can see our y-axis point is 500. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor and assign the x-axis point and y-axis point. So we need to provide the x-axis point in this place, 753, and our y-axis point is 500. And also we need to assign the same value in that position. So if I save this file and then reload my browser, now you can see it rotate our wheel in the exact place. And it run our animation for 3 seconds. And we need to follow the same procedure for our rear wheel. So first, I'm going to close the path tag. And then I'm going to copy the same animation code and I'm going to paste it here. And once again, we need to provide the exact half point for our rear wheel. And now, once again, we need to back to the Adobe Illustrator software. This time, I'm going to click on rear wheel. And here you can see the position, 970 x-axis and 500 y-axis. So let's back to the code editor. So our x-axis coordinate is 917 and our y-axis coordinate is 500. And also we need to replace in two position. If I save this file and then reload this browser, here you can see it rotates our two wheels in same direction. And if you want to change this direction, and then you need to start from 0 and end to 360 degree. Just you need to reverse the coordinates. That's it. So we successfully done our half of the job. And now we need to move the whole car from right to left direction. So how is it possible? Here you can see a group tag, means G tag. And our G tag contains all the 3 part tag. So just we need to move the G tag from right to left direction. So once again, I'm going to copy the animation tag. So after part tag and before the closing G tag, I'm going to paste it. For this animation, we don't need from and to value. So I'm going to remove it. And also we need to change the type value. For that, I'm going to use translate. I don't want to rotate my whole car. I just want to change the car position. That's why I use translate. And I don't want to repeat this animation. So I'm going to use 1. And then we need to provide the car starting point and car end point. And car end point. For that, I'm going to use a property named values. Values equal to, inside the double quotes, first we need to provide the starting x coordinate and y coordinates. By default, our car position is 0. So I want to start this car from 400 pixel distance. So our x-axis value is 400, comma, and our y-axis value is 0, colon, we need to provide the endpoint. For our endpoint, I want to stop this car in absolute position. That's why I'm going to pass x coordinate 0 and also y coordinate 0. If I save this file and reload this browser, hey, it's not work. Maybe there is a mistake. Hey, I forgot to provide semicolon after endpoint value. If I save this file and reload my browser, hey, it still not works. Let's find out the problem. Let's change the duration time, 4 seconds. And also I'm going to change the values. Just I change the starting point value. If I save this file and reload my browser, here you can see now it's work. It ran our car and also it rotate our wheels. And when our car stop, it also stop the wheels. So we successfully move our car from one point to another point. I hope now it's clear for you how it's worked. So thanks for watching this video and stay tuned for our next project.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new exciting SVG project. In this project we are going to use SVG filter. Here I am going to use FE turbulence filter with 360-degree rotation. As you can see, it's give your text a water wave effect. Not only that, our content is also editable. We can change the text directly from the browser. Let me show you. If I click on this content and select all the content and remove it, as you can see, we remove our content. Now we can put a new text. And I'm going to put hello world. As you can see, we remove our old content and put new content hello world. So without wasting your time, let's see how we can create this project. So finally, we are in Visual Studio Code Editor. And as you can see, we already create index.html file. And also we create style.css file. And we already link our style file with this HTML file. So at first, inside the body tag, I'm going to create h2 tag, h2. And inside this h2 tag, I'm going to type some text. For now, I'm going to type your text. And as you can see, we already opened this file with live server in our browser. Let me open the browser. Here you can see in my browser your text. Let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor. But I want editable content. For that, we need to use an attribute. And our attribute name is content editable. So here I'm going to type content editable. And we need to make it true. If I save this file and back to the browser and click on this text, here you can see we directly edit our text. You can put any text here. Suppose I want to type name. Now we can edit our text through the browser. If I reload this file, as you can see, it's back to the old content, your text. Let's back to the Visual Studio Code again. Now we need to jump into the style file. At first, I'm going to style our body tag. Body. Inside the curly braces, our first property is margin. Margin 0. Our next property is padding. Padding also 0. Our third property is display. And I want to use flex value. Display flex. Justify content center. Also I want to align the items. That's why I'm going to use align item property. Align items center. With that, we need to set minimum height. Min height 100 VH. Also I'm going to set background color. For background color I'm going to use RGB value. RGB. For red I'm going to pass 49. Also for green I'm going to pass 49. And for blue also I'm going to pass 49. If I save this file, as you can see it's provide dark gray background color. If I show you my browser, here you can see in my browser we set dark gray background color and also we align our content middle of this page. Let's back to the code editor again. Now we need to style our h2 tag. h2. Inside the curly braces, our first property is color. And I'm going to use white color. White. Our second property is margin. Margin 0. Our next property is padding. Padding also 0. And I'm going to use font family. Font family sans serif. I'm going to use sans serif font here. And also I'm going to use font weight. Font weight. I would like to go with bolder font, so I'm going to select 900. And then I'm going to select font size. Font size 8 EM. If I save this file and back to the browser, here you can see the result, your text. And if you want to edit it, also you can. You can put any text here. Suppose I'm going to pass hello world. We can edit content directly, but if we reload this browser, as you can see, it's back to the old content. And now we need to jump into the most important part of this video, which is SVG filter. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code and let's back to the index.html file. And here I'm going to create a SVG filter. So at first I'm going to take SVG tag, SVG. Inside this SVG tag, I'm going to take filter tag. Also I'm going to set an ID to this filter. ID equal to wave. Then inside this filter tag, first I'm going to use FE turbulence filter. FE turbulence. And then we need to use some attribute. Our first attribute name is type. Type equal to, inside the double quotes, our type name is turbulence. Our next attribute name is base frequency. So here I'm going to type base frequency. Base frequency equal to 0.005. Our next attribute is num octave. Num octave equal to 5. I'm going to set num octave 5. And I'm going to set this file. Next we need to create another filter, which is FE displacement map. So here I'm going to type FE displacement map. And also we need to pass two attribute here. In equal to source graphics. And our next attribute is scale. Scale equal to 50. So we successfully create our SVG filter. Now we need to apply this filter in our body tag. So I'm going back to the CSS file, and inside this body tag I'm going to use a property named filter. Filter URL. And here I'm going to use this ID, wave. So I copy this ID and here I'm going to pass hashtag our ID name. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see in my browser the displacement result. Here you can see how this effect distract our text. Let's back to the CSS file because we need to align it middle of this page. So here I'm going to style another tag, which is SVG. SVG, inside the curly braces, I'm going to set height and width. Width 0. Height also 0. If I save this file and show you my browser, now you can see it's aligned middle of this page. And now we are going to jump into our final part, which is animation. We need to rotate our content 360 degree. So let's back to the code editor. So now inside the h2 tag, I'm going to take animation property. Animation. And our animation name is animate. And I want to run our animation for 20 seconds. This is our animation duration. and our animation direction is linear. And at last, I want to run our animation infinite time. So here I'm going to use infinite value, infinite. And now we need to create the keyframe for this animation. So here I'm going to use keyframe keyword @keyframes. And our animation name is animate. Then inside the curly braces, in 0% position means our start position, I want to use transform property. Transform, and here I'm going to use rotate value, rotate 360 degree. Then in our end position means 100% position, once again I'm going to use transform property, transform rotate, and now I want to rotate it 0 degree. If I save this file and back to my browser, let me show you. Here you can see our final effect with the animation. Not only that, also our content is editable. We can edit directly. So here I'm going to pass hello world. Hello world. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope you like our project. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm come with a new exciting exercise. In this exercise, we are going to learn scroll drawing using SVG path tag. So let's jump into the web browser. As you can see, there is nothing on this page. It's completely blank. But when I scroll my mouse, you can see it draw a picture. It draw a star shape. This SVG trick is related to scroll bar. So when I scroll my browser, it complete the shape. So let's see how we can create it. So side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Liveserver extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. So at first, inside the body tag, I'm going to create the SVG tag. SVG. And also, I'm going to assign an ID to this SVG tag. ID equal to my SVG. Then, inside the head section, I'm going to use style. So, inside the style tag, first I'm going to select the body tag, body. And our first property is height. Height equal to 3000 pixel. You might be shocked why I use this amount of height. Because we don't have lot of content in this web page. That's why for scrolling purpose, I'm going to use this height. If I save this file, here you can see the scroll bar. And then I'm going to style the SVG image. Hashtag my SVG. Inside the curly braces, our first property is position. Position fixed. I'm going to use fixed position for this example. Then top 15%. And for the SVG image, I'm going to use 400 pixel width. Width 400 pixel. And height 210 pixel. And also I'm going to use margin on left side. So I'm going to type margin left minus 50 pixel. Because I want to position the SVG image in that position, not the top left of the corner. That's why I use these properties. Next, I'm going to create the star shape using path tag. So, path, closing path. Inside the path tag, our first property is fill. Fill equal to none. I don't want any fill color for the star shape. Then our next property is stroke. Stroke equal to red. And also I want to set the stroke width. So I'm going to use stroke width property. Width equal to 3. And also I'm going to set ID to this path. ID equal to star. So let's create the shape using path coordinates. As you know, to create a shape using path tag, first you need to use D attribute. D equal to, inside the double quotes, our starting point. We need to provide the starting point. Capital M, 150 pixel. And also you need to provide the endpoint. And our endpoint is 200 pixel. And our next point is capital L, 225 pixel. And also endpoint is 0 pixel. If I set this file, as you can see, it draw a line. Hey, there is a mistake in width spelling. I forgot to provide D between I and T. If I set this file, Now you can see the width of the stroke. So this is our starting point. 150 pixel y-axis and 200 pixel x-axis. And this is our next point. To create a star shape, I'm going to create another point in this place. For x-axis, I'm going to pass 300. And for y-axis, I'm going to pass 200. If I save this file, you can see it's create another point in that position. And now I'm going to create another point, something in that position. For this, I'm going to pass L 150 x-axis and 50 y-axis. If I save this file, as you can see, it creates the line. And then I want another point in that position. So in x-axis direction, I'm going to use L 300. And in y-axis direction, I'm going to use just 50. If I save this file, now you can see the point. And now we need to complete this shape. So we need to draw a line from this point to this point. And as you know, to back to the start point, we need to pass Z value. Just we need to pass capital Z. If I save this file, now you can see it complete our star shape. So we successfully complete the drawing part. But if I scroll this page, it's not going to draw the image. For this, we need to use JavaScript. So at first, I'm going to create the script tag. After SVG tag, I'm going to type script. Then inside the script tag, at first, I'm going to get the ID of this path element, which is star. So var star equal to document dot get element by ID. Inside the parenthesis, our ID name is star and colon to end the line. And next, we need to get total length of this shape. For this, I'm going to create another variable, var length equal to star dot, I'm going to use get total length function. Now we have the total length of the star shape. And next, we need to play with stroke dash array value and stroke dash offset value. So star dot style dot stroke dash array equal to length. Then semicolon to end this line. Stroke dash array mean this is the start position of this drawing. And using stroke dash offset property, we can hide the star shape. And next, I'm going to use stroke dash offset property. So I'm going to replace stroke dash array with stroke dash offset. Using this, we can hide the star with offsetting dash and remove this line to show the star before the scroll draw. And now we need to find percentage of the scroll. For this, we need to use window.addEventListener function. Let me show you. So I'm going to type window.addEventListener. Then inside the parenthesis, our event name is scroll. And when I scroll the web page, I want to call a function. And our function name is myFunction. And now we need to create a function which can calculate the scrolling value. So I'm going to create this function. At first, I'm going to use function keyword. Function, and our function name is myFunction. Inside the parenthesis, I don't want to pass any parameter. So I leave it blank. Then inside the curly braces, at first, I'm going to create a variable, var, and our variable name is scroll percent equal to, inside the parenthesis, first we need to join body scroll top value with document scroll top value. Let me show you. So document dot body dot scroll top plus with that I'm going to add document element scroll top value. Document dot document element dot scroll top, and we need to divide it with height value. So inside the parenthesis, document dot get element dot scroll height, and from scroll height we need to minus the client height. So I'm going to type minus document dot document element dot client height. This calculation going to return the scroll percentage. And as you can see, when I save my file, it's already hide my shape. And now we need to draw the shape when I scroll down. So I'm going to create another variable, var, and our variable name is draw, equal to length multiply by scroll percent, and semicolon to end this line. And if you want to reverse the drawing when you scroll upward, for this, star dot style dot stroke dash offset
equal to length minus draw. If I save this file and scroll my page, as you can see, it perfectly draw our shape. And if I scroll it upward, as you can see, it reverses the drawing. If I scroll downward, it draw our image. And if I scroll upward, it's reverse the drawing. I hope you like this project. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, once again I came back with a new exciting exercise. In this exercise, I am going to perform SVG text masking with video. So in this exercise, we are going to learn how can we use SVG text and make it a clipping mask. So you can show anything behind the text. It may be video, maybe image or anything. But I would like to go with video. So let's start the practical and see how can we create this mask. So finally, I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor. As you can see, I already create a HTML document. And I also create style.css file. And here you can see in my current working directory, there is a video.mp4. And I'm going to use this video file for this exercise. And I already opened this file using live server extension. So at first, inside the body tag, I'm going to create SVG tag. SVG. And we need to set height and width to this SVG image. So I'm going to use height property. Height equal to 100% and width equal to 100%. So I'm going to use the full page of our browser. And inside the SVG tag, I'm going to use text tag to create the text. So I'm going to type text is, and our text is SVG mask. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see in my browser there is nothing because we cannot set any fill color to this text. So I'm going to assign fill color and position to this text. For this, we need to pass x coordinate. X equal to 50% and y coordinates equal to 50%. So this coordinate is going to put our text middle of the page. And also we need to provide fill color to this text. So I'm going to use fill property equal to red. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see the text SVG mask. But it is not vertically centered. We need to center it vertically. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor once again. And then jump into the CSS file. And I'm going to select the body tag. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to set height 100 VH and margin 0. If I save this file and then I show you my browser, here you can see it vertically and horizontally align our text center. So let's style this text and make it better. So I'm going to style the SVG tag. So I'm going to type SVG inside the curly braces. First, I'm going to play with font size. Font size 15 EM. And our position is obsolete. And top value is 0. Also, left value is 0. And height 100%. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see the text SVG mask. Let's change the font family of this text. I'm going to use Monsterhead font for this text, and I already copied the link from the Google font, so I'm going to paste it here. It's totally up to you what kind of font you want to use. And then back to style.css file, and I'm going to use font family property. Font family Monsterhead, otherwise sans serif. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see we change our font style. But if you notice, here you can see our font is not still middle in our page. For this, we need to use text anchor property. Let me show you. So inside my text tag, I'm going to use this property. Text dash anchor equal to middle. If I save this file and show you my browser, now you can see our text is well aligned. But there is another problem. Our text is not responsive. For that, we need to use media query. Let me show you.
So back to the style.css file, and I'm going to use media query @media screen, and I'm going to use max width property, max width, and I want to break it for desktop size, so I'm going to use 1200 pixel. It's going to apply a new CSS property when our browser resolution is below than 1200 pixel. So when our browser below than 1200 pixel, I want to decrease the font size. So I'm going to select the SVG tag, and inside the curly braces, I'm going to use font size property. Font size 4em. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see our browser width is greater than 1200 pixel. That's why it's written 15em font size. But if I reduce the browser size, here you can see our font shrink down to the 4em size. And if I increase the browser size, you can see the result. Let's set a transition to make the transformation beautiful. So I'm going to use transition property here. Transition duration is 1 second. And then we need to pass the transition property where we need to apply the transition effect. I want to apply it in our font size. So I have to copy the font size and I'm going to paste it here. So if I save this file and then back to my browser, and if I reduce the browser size, you can see the transition. As you can see, our font smoothly changes its size. So our half job is done. So let's add a video to our HTML page. So I'm going to use video tag here. And inside this video tag, I'm going to use some attributes. Something like autoplay. Our next attribute is place inline, muted, loop, and preload. And inside this video tag, I'm going to use source tag to link this video. So I'm going to type source src, and our video file name is video.mp4. So if I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see the result on your screen. And now we need to use two more SVG tag, depth tag and mask tag. Let me show you. So I'm going to type depth tag here, depth, and inside the depth tag, I'm going to create mask tag, mask. And also I'm going to assign an ID to this mask. ID equal to, and our ID name is mask. And also we need to position this mask. So I'm going to use x equal to 0, and also y-axis position is 0. And also I'm going to set height and width to this mask. Height equal to 100%. And also we need to provide width, and width equal to 100% too. And then I'm going to move this text tag inside the mask tag. If I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see our text is gone. And you already familiar with definition tag. We learned about depth tag in our previous tutorial. So I don't going to explain it once again. So inside the mask tag, we need to create a rectangle. So I'm going to use rect tag. And I'm going to use same height and width property for this rectangle. So I'm going to copy the coordinates and I'm going to paste it here. And also we need to use the same rectangle shape outside of this depth tag. Something like that. And if I show you my browser, now you can see nothing. And now we need to select our rectangle shape in our CSS. So I'm going to type SVG rect, then inside the curly braces, I'm going to fill the rectangle with white color. So I'm going to use fill property, white. And then I'm going to use mask property, mask colon URL. Inside the parenthesis, here we need to provide this ID, mask. So I'm going to copy the ID and I'm going to type hashtag our ID, mask. If I save this file, it should work. Let's back to the browser and see what happened. Here you can see our SVG video mask worked perfectly. And if I reduce the browser size, it's also worked perfectly. So now it's clear for you how we can perform SVG text masking. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next exercise. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this exercise, I'm going to create the 3D animation effect. As you can see, when I hover my cursor in this SVG image, you can see the 3D text moving out from this place. So now the question is how we can create this animation. For this, first we need to draw this SVG shape in our Illustrator software. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the Illustrator software. So finally, I am back to my Adobe Illustrator software and I create a viewport area 1920 by 1080 pixel. And here you can see our background color is dark gray. And now I'm going to create a rectangle shape. Something like that. And also I'm going to change the rectangle background color, which is deep sky blue. And also I'm going to use rounded corner to this rectangle. And I'm going to align this rectangle middle of this viewport area. And now I'm going to type a text. For this I'm going to use text tool. So to type SVG. And also we need to increase the text size. So I'm going to increase the text size. And also I'm going to change the font style. For this I'm going to use Arial font. Arial black. And now I'm going to move this text inside the rectangle. Something like that. And also I'm going to scale up this text. And I'm going to align it center of this rectangle. And now I'm going to convert this shape into an outline stroke. And also I'm going to change the text color, which is white. And then I'm going to duplicate this shape in the same place. So I'm going to press Ctrl C, Ctrl Shift V. Now you can see we have total 2 different text layers. And now I'm going to hide one of the text shape. And now I'm going to select the text and the rectangle shape together. And then I'm going to turn on my shape builder tool. Just press Shift and press M. And I'm going to cut the text shape from this rectangle. So I'm going to press Alt key. Here you can see a minus cursor sign. And then I'm going to click on this G. Similarly, I'm going to click on this V shape. And similarly, I'm going to click on this S shape. Now you can see it cut the rectangle shape according to the text. There is 2 methods that you can cut shape like this. Just click on Windows and here you can see an option named Pathfinder. And here you can see a shape mode option, minus font. You can create the same shape using this one. It's a different method to do the same job. And then comes the most important section of our tutorial. Now we need to convert this rectangle shape into a 3D shape. For this, select the rectangle shape and click on the Effect option. And here you can see an option 3D. And then I'm going to select Extrude and Bevels. As you can see, it already converted our shape into a 3D shape. But I'm going to provide my own rotation value. For x-axis rotation, I'm going to use 0 value. And for z-axis rotation, I'm going to use 0 value once again. And for y-axis rotation, I'm going to use 32. Something like that. And also we can control the light source of the 3D effect. Let me show you. Here you can see a more option. Just click on the more option. And here you can see the light source. And I'm going to change the light source of the shape in this point. Something like that. And then I press OK. You can set any perspective or any angle for this example. So I'm going to press OK. And then I'm going to visible my hide text layer. And also I'm going to apply the same 3D effect to this text. So I select the text and once again I'm going back to the effect option and select extrude and bevel. And I'm going to use the same coordinates which I used in our previous one, 33, 0. And also we need to apply the similar light direction, something in this point. And then I press OK. And now I'm going to change the text group name. And our group name is text. That's it, guys. So finally we are done. Our shape is complete. And now we need to save this image as a SVG image. For that, just click on the file, save as, and then select the path of this image and change the image name. I'm going to use image1. And also you need to change the file type, which is SVG. And then tick on the use artboard and then press save. And it's totally depend on you what kind of CSS property you are going to use. You can use style attribute, otherwise you can use style element. So I would like to go with style attribute. And then I'm going to press OK. So finally, our design part is complete. In this similar way, I already draw another image. And I'm going to use this image for this example. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor and try to understand how it's work. So finally, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code Editor, and I already created a HTML document. And I linked this HTML document with a CSS file named style.css. Here you can see we have total 2 images in my current working directory, image1.svg and image2.svg. For this exercise, I'm going to use image2.svg. This is our image1.svg file and this is our image2.svg file. Using this similar procedure, I create this image. And I use this one because its perspective is much better than our image one. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor. So at first, I'm going to copy the whole SVG code from image 2. Ctrl A, Ctrl C. And then I back to my index.html file, and then inside the body tag, I'm going to paste the code. And I'm going to scale down our font size little bit. And if you remember, we changed the name of the group of text, which is text. That's why inside the G tag, it created an ID named text. And you already know G means group tag. So if I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see the image in our browser. And now we need to apply animation to this image. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor once again. So let's jump into the style.css file. First, I'm going to create a keyframe for animation @keyframe, and our animation name is animate. Then inside the curly braces, we need to provide the starting point and end point of this animation. So I'm going to use from keyword. From, inside the curly braces, I'm going to use transform property. Transform, translate x, position is 0. This is for x-axis direction. And translate y, 0. And this is for y-axis direction. So this is the exact position of our text. And in that position, I want to opacity 1. I want to show full opacity in that position. And then we need to provide the end position. So I want to duplicate this line. And I'm going to type to keyword. When I hover my cursor on this SVG image, I want to move this text in that position. So in x-axis direction, I want to move minus 25 pixel. And in y-axis direction, I'm going to move plus 25 pixel. So I'm going to type minus 25 pixel, and in y-axis direction, I'm going to type 25 pixel. And now we need to create the selector and call the animation. So when I hover my cursor into the SVG image, I want to run the animation. So I'm going to type SVG hover. So when I hover my cursor in the whole SVG image, I want to apply this animation in my text ID. So I'm going to type hashtag text. Then inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to call my animation name. Animation name. And our animation name is animate. And then come animation duration property. So I'm going to type animation duration. And I want to run this animation for 1 second. And our next property is animation iteration count. And I'm going to use infinite value. I want to run this animation infinite time when I hover my cursor into the SVG image. And at last, we need to declare the animation mode. For this, we need to use animation direction property. So I'm going to type animation direction, which is alternate. So if I save this file and show you my browser, here you can see the animation effect. It worked perfectly. Let's create the text transparent. So whenever our text moves from the exact place, I want to make it transparent. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor once again. And now I'm going to change the opacity in our end position. And I want to make it fully transparent. If I save this file and back to the browser, now you can see our animation is more cooler than previous one. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create this 3D animation. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next exercise.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project related SVG animation. And today in this project, we are going to create a real-time analog clock using SVG and JavaScript. In this project, student will build a fully functional analog clock using SVG graphics and JavaScript. This clock displays the current system time with smoothly rotating hours, minute and second hands, along with our numbers and minute ticks drawn entirely in SVG. Student will first understand manual SVG construction, then move to the advanced SVG optimization technique. By the end of this project, learners will gain confidence in SVG structure transformation, animation math, and DOM manipulation. And if we talk about the technologies that we used in this project, such as SVG circles, line element, text element, grouping element, etc. With that, also we use SVG transform properties such as rotate, translate, etc. Then we apply JavaScript such as getObject, setInterval, etc. and some basic CSS to create that layout. Our main focus is we need to create that clock face using SVG properties. And we need to create it manually. To create that structure, we are not going to use any JavaScript. All the elements you can see, we need to create that manually. We need to create that drawing circle. Also, we need to add the dot at center. We need to create that hands. We need to create that small lines, small tick lines. We need to place the text at right position. We need to create all of this. So let's get started and start creating the project. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. Now at first inside the body tag I am going to take a SVG tag. So type SVG and then I close this tag. Then in this SVG tag I am going to assign width, height and viewbox area. So here I define the width and here I define the width 320, height 320 and our viewbox area is 300 by 300. Width and height they defined the display size and the viewbox, and using viewbox we can define internal coordinate system. Now inside this SVG tag I am going to draw the clock face using circle tag. So here I am going to define a circle object. Circle. And our circle center point is 150 by 150. From x-axis we define 150, from y-axis also we define 150 and our radius is 140. And I fill the circle with white color and our circle stroke is black and our circle stroke width is 6. So if I save this file you can see this circle. Now we need to place the circle middle of this page. For that, we need to use CSS property. We need to style our body tag. So let's do that. So here, inside the head tag, I'm going to use style tag. Then I want to style our body. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to define margin. I'm going to remove margin from everything. So I type margin and I will set margin 0. After that, I'm going to define height. I am going to define page height. Some type height 100 VH, viewport height. After that, I'm going to use display property, display flex, justify content center, also align item center, and then I'm going to set a background color. For the background, I want kind of gray, dark grayish color, so I type hashtag 2F. If I save this file, as you can see, now our body filled with dark gray color. Also, it places the circle middle of the page, horizontally and vertically, because of display property. And I say justify content center, also align item center. Next, we need to draw a center dot for our clock. So here I'm going to define a comment. I'm going to draw a center dot. Then I'm going to define a circle. To create the dot, I'm going to use radius only 5 and it's filled with black color. If I save that, you can see the result. You can see the dot clearly. Next, we need to create the hands of our clock, such as hour hand, minute and second. So for that, I'm going to define another single line comment. Here at that section, we are going to define the hands. And to draw the hand, we are going to use line tag. So here I use a line tag and I set an ID hour, and our hand start from, and this line is start from center of our clock, and this is the starting point of our hand, and that's the end point of our hand. Basically, I'm going to draw a straight line. So from the x-axis, I use the same value 150, and for the y-axis, from the y-axis I use 95, so at that position. And I set stroke color black and stroke width 6, and stroke line cap is round, so it's look rounded. So if I save this file, you can see the result. So from the x-axis, we place this one at 150, and from the y-axis, I place that one 95. At the same way, we need to create two other hands for second and minute. So to create the other hands, I'm going to duplicate that section, and just I'm going to change the ID name hour to minute. Then after change the ID, also we need to change the y2 value. Here I'm going to make it much more longer than hour, so I'm going to make it 65. Also, I want to reduce the stroke width. This time I'm going to use 4, and I'm going to remain as it is. Also, you can change the color, but I'm not going to change the color for now, and I'm going to save that file. After save that file, you can see the result. This is our minute hand. At the same way, I'm going to duplicate that section, and I'm going to change that, and I'm going to change this one. This time I'm going to replace minute with second. Also, our line is little longer than minute, so I'm going to replace 65 with 45. Then I'm going to change the stroke color. This time I'm not going to use black, I'm going to use red color. And also our stroke width is little thinner than previous one, so I'm say 2, and I'm going to set this one. After set that file, you can see the result. Now we have total 3 hand and 1 dot circle. Next, we need to draw the minute ticks. We need to draw multiple ticks such as long ticks, short ticks, etc. Using long ticks, we are going to define the hours, and using short ticks, I'm going to define the minute. So let me show you what I'm trying to say. So after create this circle, here I'm going to take a group tag G. So here I'm type G. So here I'm type group tag G, and then I close this tag. After that, we need to center the group tag. We need to move the origin at 0 to 0 position at that center of this clock. So for that, I'm going to use transform property. Transform translate 150 by 150, because it's going to make the rotation logic very simple. Now inside this group tag, here I'm going to create the long tracks. Here I'm going to create the hour marks. For that, I'm going to take another group tag. So type G here, group. And in this group tag, I'm going to apply stroke width and stroke color. So here I'm going to define stroke black and stroke color is black and stroke width is 3. Inside this group, we need to draw total 12 lines for every hour count. And if I divide 360-degree circle divided by 12, then we get 30 degree. So in every 30-degree angle, we need to, from the center, we need to draw a line. So let's define our first line at 0 degree. Let me show you how. So here inside this group tag, I'm going to type line tag, line. And in this line, I'm going to define the y1 coordinate and y2 coordinate only. So I'm type y1 equal to, inside the double quotes, minus 120. And after that, y2 coordinate, y2 equal to, inside the double quotes, minus 135. Then I'm going to use transform property. Transform, and here I'm going to use rotate value. Rotate. And I'm going to rotate our first line at 0 degree. Then I close the tag. And I'm going to save that file. After save that file, As you can notice, it draw a line at that position. Rotate value rotate the line around the center, and the y1 value and y2 value define the line length upward. And at the same way, we are going to define 11 other line at certain degree. So if I duplicate this one, if I make this one 30 degree and then save this file, as you can see, it create another hour count line. At the same way, if I duplicate it again and if I make it 60 degree, now we get another line. And then I duplicate it again and make this one 90 degree. And if I save this one, here we get another one. Then again I'm going to duplicate this one. This time I'm going to make it 120 and save that file. We get another line. Then I duplicate this one. This time I'm going to make 150 and set that file. We get 5-hour line. Then for the 6 hour we need to type 180 degree. So I'm going to fast forward the process and I'm going to complete this section. So we complete this circle and create the hour ticks. At the same way, we need to create 60 other short line for minute ticks. For that, again, inside this main group tag, I'm going to use another group tag. And inside this group tag, one by one, I'm going to create 60 lines for 60 minutes. But I'm not going to doing it by myself. Our AI is already suggests me to do that, so I'm going to using that. I'm not going to doing it by myself. Just I'm going to press a tab, simple tab. It's going to create all the lines. If you have AI, then use it. Now you can notice before I save this file, here I use stroke width 1.5. It is little thinner than previous one. Because for hours, we use 3 and for the minutes, we use 1.5, half of the hours. Also I use the same color and same line length. And this time I increase rotation after every 6 degree angle. And this is how it cover half of this circle. Yes, our AI do not complete our circle. If I save this one, let me show you. It cover only half of this circle. So we need to create other half. We need to cover other half of the circle. So I fast forward this process and complete that section. And if I save it again, let me show you. So I'm going to hide that section. Hide all the sections. We don't need it anymore. And save this file. You can see the result. It complete this circle. So in our parent group tag, we will translate the origin point at the center of this clock. Then inside this parent group tag, we create totally 12 other line using another group tag, and we set stroke width 3. At the same way, we use another group tag inside this parent group tag, and in that group tag, we create minute tick lines, and we set stroke width 1.5 for all the lines. That's why we use those group tag to select all the element at once. So that's the first part of this tutorial. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to place the number at certain position, such as our numbers. And I'm going to do it at the next part of this tutorial. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next part. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part of our project, and at that section we are going to put the numbers along with our ticks. And for that I'm going to take another group tag G. Then in this group tag, first I'm going to assign font size. Font size 18. Next I'm going to define the font family. And here I'm going to apply font family Arial. After that, in this group, I am going to assign font color. So I'm going to set fill color black. Next we need to define the text anchor, and I'm going to align the text middle. Using text anchor, we horizontally center the text, but also we need to vertically center the text. For that, we are going to use a attribute called dominant baseline. So here I'm going to type dominant baseline also middle. Now in this group tag, one by one we need to put the text for our ticks. So here I'm going to use text tag text, and we place the text from x-axis 150 pixel, and from the y-axis I'm going to place at 40. So at that position. So after save this file, you can see the problem because here I did a silly mistake. Here I put this group inside this main group. We need to move it outside the main group. So I cut that portion, and outside the main group I'm going to place it here. So I put this group outside the main group and then save the file again. Now you can see the result. Now our text is perfectly placed according to the position. So at the same way, we need to put other numbers and we need to place beside of the long ticks. So I'm going to duplicate that section, and this one is for 1. After 12, we need to print 1. So from the x-axis, I'm going to move it nearly 215 pixel, and from the y-axis, I'm going to move that one 60 pixel. Let's see. Oops, we need to place this one at right position, so I'm going to move it little. So we need to place all the number at right position. So I'm going to move down a little bit. I'm going to, from the x-axis, I'm going to place it at 200, and from the y-axis, I'm going to place it at nearly 60. I think 60 is good for it. Yes, that's great. And now I'm going to duplicate that section and fast forward the process because it's going to take time to place the numbers at correct position. So I'm going to pause this video for now and I'm going to fast forward the process. So one after another, I place all of the numbers to their right position. And I create the complete structure of our clock. We have the numbers, we have the hands, also we have the ticks. Next, we need to use the JavaScript and create a function that's going to get the current time from our system, and also it's going to run the clock according to the exact time. For that, I'm going to use script tag. So inside the body tag and outside the SVG tag, I'm going to use script tag. Script. Then inside the script tag, at first I'm going to define a function, and our function name is update clock. So here I'm going to type function update clock. Then inside the curly braces, next inside that function we need to get the current date and time. For that we need to create a date object that contain the current date and time. So to create the date object, I'm going to define a variable. So and our variable name is const now. Const now equal to new date. Here we get the date and time from the date object. Date is an object. After that we need to get the seconds from this get object. So I type const seconds equal to now dot get second. Using this method, we can get the seconds, current seconds. And at the same way, we need to extract the minute. So I define another variable const minute equal to now dot get minute. And after that, we need to get the hour. Const hour equal to now dot get hours. But there is a trick that we need to follow. Using now dot get hours method, we can get 24 hours from 0 to 23. But we need analog clock data. For that, here we need to use reminder sign, reminded by 12. It's going to return value between 0 to 11. Suppose our current time is 15. Let me give you the example how it's work. So here I'm going to type a single line comment, and if I divide 15 by 12, then our reminder become 3. It means it's 3 p.m. So whenever get hours is 15, and if I divide by 12, it's going to return the reminder, which is 3. It means it's 3 p.m. This is how we can calculate. Next, we need to extract the rotation angle. But before, we need to understand what this variable is going to store. In seconds variable, it's going to store value between 0 to 59 because it takes total 60 seconds to complete the full round. At the same way, in our minute variable, it's going to store value between 0 to 59. Within 60 minutes from 0 to 59, it complete 1 hour. And as I told you, this object stored the current date and time. So it extracts the current second and current minute, also current hour. Next, we need to convert them into rotation angle. So for the seconds, here I'm going to define another variable which already suggests me to do that. So I'm going to type const second angle equal to second multiplied by 6. Now why is that? As you know, our full circle value is 360 degree, and also you know that we have 60 seconds to complete this 360 degree. That's why if I divide it by 60, it returns 6. That's why I multiply by 6. So every second it's going to take 6 degree jump. Basically, here we calculate the second hand angle. Next, we need to calculate the minute hand angle. For that, I'm going to define another variable const minute angle, and minute angle equal to minutes multiplied with 6 because it's going to return the base minute position. With that, I concatenate with seconds multiplied by 0.1, and it's going to return the smooth movement. Now let me explain the calculation, what we have done here. As you know, analog clock has 360 degree and there are total 60 minutes. For each minute, we need to jump total 6 degree angle. If I divided 360 degree by 60, it's going to return 6. So to take 1 minute, we need to jump total 6 degree angle. But here we concatenate with seconds multiplied by 0.1. Why I use that? If we do not use that value, I want to say if we do not add this value to this calculation, then after complete the 60 second, this minute hand directly jump to the 6 degree angle. You cannot see any transition between them. Instantly it going jump into the 6 degree angle. Then again after complete another minute, instantly it going jump into this state. So we need transition. We need smoothing transition. Suppose if our red hand move 180 degree angle, I want to say if it's jump from 12 to 6, then I want to move this minute hand middle between these 2 points. I want to say we need to move this hand very smoothly. So as you know, 1 minute equal to 6 degree. So if it complete 1 minute, it going jump up to 6 degree. We know that. So if I divide 6 by 60, then I want to say if I calculate 6 degree by 60, then it going to return equal to 0.1 degree, 1 degree angle. So it is going to move 0.1 degree per second, and within 30 seconds it going to move 3 degree. I want to say the middle between these two ticks, and within 60 seconds it going to complete 6 degree. So our minute hand jumps to this tick, and you can feel this smooth transition. So I hope I cleared the concept of it. Next, we need to extract the hour hand angle. For that, I'm going to define another variable const hour hand angle equal to hours multiply with 30 plus minutes multiply with 0.5 second. Now let me explain again what we have done here. As you know, an analog clock has 12 hours. So we have 12 hours. And 12 hours mean 360 degree. So each hour means 30 degree. From this point to this point is 30 degree. Because if I divide 360 degree by 12, we get 30 degree. So 1 o'clock means 30 degree, 2 o'clock means 60 degree, 3 o'clock means 90 degree. This is how it's work. So it's give the base position of our hand, our angle hand. Then we concatenate this value with minutes multiplied by 0.5. Now what does that mean? The hour hands move gradually, not in jumps. In 60 minutes, the hour hand moves only 30 degree. So we know that to take 30 degree jump, we need total 60 minutes. So if I divided 30 by 60, it's going to return 0.5 degree angle. So per minute, we need to move 0.5 degree. So this is how we calculation the angles, such as second angle, minute angle, hour angle. So we have the rotation angle, and we need to apply the rotation angle to all of these element, all of this line. from this pivot point. So let's do that. So here, at first, I'm going to target the second hand. At first, I'm going to target the second hand. For that, we need to type, it already suggests me, the document.getElement by ID using its ID name, second. So here I type the second hand using its ID name. So if I show you the ID, let me show you, if I scroll up this page and, sorry, we need to scroll down the page and here you can see the ID, second. So first we target the second hand, the red one, and then we set the attribute, and here we set using set attribute method. Then using set attribute method, I want to change the transform property, transform, and I want to apply rotate value, rotate, because we need to rotate this line from this pivot point. So I rotate. So in our rotate value, I pass this second angle, which I calculate earlier. Then we need to define the pivot point, from which point I want to rotate this one, and I place the middle point, 150 by 150, this point. Also, you can notice template literal methods. That's why we use backticks. After that, at the same way, we need to target the another element. So here I'm going to type document.getElement by ID. This time I'm going to target the minute, and here we need to set the same attribute, transform, and we need to apply the rotate property, rotate, and this time our rotating angle we need to pass minute angle value, and also our pivot point is same, exact same point. I want to rotate this line from the exact same point. At the same way, we need to target the hour line. For that, again we need to type document.getElement by ID hour, and we need to set attribute, transform, rotate, hour angle, and our pivot point is same, from 150 by 150, the middle of this clock. Next, we need to call the function. Also, we need to auto-update this one. To auto-update this one, we need to call setInterval method. Set interval. Set interval, inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the function name update clock, and I'm going to take 1 second of interval, so I pass 1000 millisecond. As you know, every 1000 millisecond we complete 1 second. This method keeps the clock running in real time. Next, we make an initial call. An initial call is important, so I call that function immediately, and this is going to prevent the 1 second delay when the page loads. Otherwise, it's going to start the clock after load our page, and it takes 1 second to start our clock. But if I call the function directly, then when our page is load, instantly it call the function. So if I set that file, let's see is it work properly or not. Our current time is 7:58 PM. So if I set this one, as you can see, it's worked perfectly, exactly the same. Our current time is 7:59 PM. And now you can notice it take total 60 jump to complete the 1 minute. And you can notice every second tick is aligned with the line number. There is no mismatch because our calculation is perfect. Also, you can notice our minute hand rotating smoothly with the second hand. But you barely experience this one because it's moved too slow. So we successfully complete our project. I hope you enjoyed this one. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello and welcome to our channel W3 Runs. Today in this project we are going to perform a rocket launching animation with the help of pure SVG animation. We are not going to use any CSS for that. So let me show you the example what we are going to build today. And today in this project we are going to create SVG Rocket Lunch Animation. We are going to using pure SVG code to create the animation. So let me show you the demonstration. If I reload my page, as you can see, a rocket rise up to the top, and also you can notice the smoke tails. And if you notice the rocket fire, you can see it's come with burning effect. So it's look like a real rocket rising up to the top. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can create it. But before we start our coding, let me introduce you something. This project is part of this course, CSS and Web Animation. If you want to learn CSS, SVG, JavaScript and GShape animation in a single course, then this course is for you. These courses come with 24 hours on-demand video, 194 downloadable resources and lifetime access. It is the new, fresh and organized course on Udemy about CSS animation. This course will come with 14 different sections. Here we are going to learn transition-based animation projects, CSS keyframe-based animation projects, JavaScript DOM-based animation projects, SVG animation projects, GSAB animation projects. Also, we are going to learn all the basic about it. It is the most complete course about CSS animation, and till today it's come with more than 60 plus projects. If you are interested to learn, I will provide the link at my description. So let's get started. So finally we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and as you can see here I open a HTML document index.html, and I open this document using live server extension, and this is our browser where I open this document. Now at first I'm going to change the title. I'm going to change document to SVG Rocket Lunch Animation. After that I'm going to take style tag inside it. So here I'm going to type style. Inside the style tag I'm going to style the body tag. So I'm going to select body. Body inside the curly braces. First I'm going to define margin. I'm going to set margin 0. So I remove the margin. Then I am going to target the background color. Background, and I want to set it black. I want dark black background. Then display. Display I want to make it flex. After that justify content center. Also align items center, because whatever we create inside the body tag I want to put it center of this page. That's why I use justify content and align items center. Next I'm going to define a height. Here I'm going to define height 100 VH, and I'm going to save this file. Now whatever we create inside the body tag, it's going to align the middle of this page vertically and horizontally. Now let's open the page side by side to make it more clear. So side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser. Now let's take the SVG tag inside the body tag. So here I'm going to take SVG tag, SVG, and in this SVG tag I want to assign width equal to, I want 300 pixel, 300, and height equal to, I'm going to assign 400. Then also I'm going to define the view box area. So type view box equal to, inside the double quotes, first we define the starting position. So from the x-axis I'm going to pass 0, from y-axis I'm going to pass 0, and for width I'm going to take 300, and for the height I'm going to take 400. So here I define the height and width and the view box area. After that, inside this SVG tag I'm going to take a background for the SVG image. So I'm going to type a single line comment, and inside it I'm going to take a rectangle. So here I define a rectangle, and I assign rectangle with 100% and height 100%, and rectangle fill color is black. If I make it other colors such as gray and then save this file, you can see the rectangle. It places the rectangle middle of this page vertically and horizontally. For now I would like to go with gray color, because we need to identify which is our rectangle area. Next, to create the star, I'm going to take circle. I'm going to take a circle with white fill color. So here I define a circle with circle cx value 40 and cy value 50, and radius is 2, and fill color is white. If I save this file, you can notice the circle, a small dot circle. We are going to convert this circle into a star with the help of animate tag. Let me show you. So inside this circle I'm going to use the animate tag. So here I'm going to use the animate tag, animate, and attribute name opacity, values 1, 0.3 and 1, duration 3 seconds, repeat count and animation repeat count indefinite, and I'm going to save this file. Now to save this file, as you can see, it starts blinking. Within 3 seconds, it reduces the opacity of this circle, and then again it back to its full opacity. At the same way, I'm going to create 2 other circle for 2 other stars. So here I'm going to define another circle with animate attribute. So this is another circle with animate attribute. As you can see, our circle X position is 200 and our CY position is 100. And we use the exact same radius and exact same fill color. And for the animate tag, we use the same values. If I save this file, you can see another star. Now, at the same way, I'm going to create the third circle for third star. So here I create the third circle at that position, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now, after create the circles, let's move the circles in the indentation level. Otherwise, it's not look very great. Okay, it's fine. Next, we need to create the rocket body. For that, here I'm going to type a single line comment, and I'm going to type rocket. And here we need to use group tag to group all the elements. So I'm going to type G, and I'm going to assign a ID to this group tag, ID rocket. Then inside this group tag, I'm going to add elements. And now I'm going to create the rocket structure, but I'm going to create the rocket structure outside of this frame because we need to translate it. So whenever we run the animation, we are going to translate outside from the frame, and then we launch the rocket to achieve the effect. I already have the code of this rocket. You can search for any rocket structure, SVG rocket structure in website. It will provide you multiple results. So I already have the code. So I'm going to paste it here. This React tag creates the rocket body, and for the rocket nose, otherwise rocket cone, we use this polygon tag. Then for the rocket windows, we use these circles, and for the fins, we use these polygon tags. Now, if you want to see the rocket, but before, I'm going to move it inside the indentation level. Now after set this file, you cannot see the result properly because we create the rocket at that position, it outside of our frame. I do not create the rocket structure by myself. I just extract a code from an image, and then I put it here. Now I want to put the rocket structure at that position. For that, I'm going to use transform property. So inside the G tag, grouping tag, I'm going to use transform translate. From x-axis, I want to move it 150, and from y-axis, I'm going to move it 300. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see the result. This is our rocket cone, this is our rocket full body, this is our rocket window, and this is our rocket fins. And now, just we need to create the rocket fire. For that, I am going to use polygon tag. So here, after the fins, I'm going to type polygon, and these are my points. I'm not going to explain the points because I already teach you how we can create the polygon structure. So after save this file, this is our fire look like. Now we need to animate this fire. For that, we need to jump into the polygon tag, and here we need to use the property called animate. So I'm going to type animate, and I want to animate our points attribute. So I pass attribute name points, and then I'm going to change the values at different position, at different duration, and our duration is 0.3 second, and our repeat count is infinite. Also, we need to close this tag, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. This is how our fire animate. Within 0.3 second, it increase and decrease the size of this polygon tag. Now it's look like a fire. After create all the structures, I'm going to make it black color. So I'm going to change the SVG fill color gray to black again, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like now. Then we need to animate this rocket. We need to animate the rocket rising. So outside the group tag, here I'm going to type a single line comment, animate rocket rising, and to animate the rocket, we need to use animate transform tag. So here I'm going to use animate transform tag, animate transform. Then inside this animate transform, one by one, I'm going to use the attributes. First, we need to select the tag. At first, we need to select the rocket, this rocket. For that, I am going to use its ID name rocket. So I copy its ID, and to select the ID, I'm going to type xlink href equal to, inside the double quotes, we need to pass the ID name of this rocket, because we are going to select this element using its ID rocket. After that, we need to pass the attribute name. So type attribute name transform, because we are going to transform this rocket from this place to another place. Then we need to define the attribute type. So I'm going to type attribute type equal to XML. After that, we need to define the type, then starting point and end point using from and to keyword. Then we need to define the duration, also fill. Our animation type is translate, and then I'm going to define the starting position of this animation. So I'm going to use the exact same position, from value 150 by 300, then to value 2 equal to, inside the double quotes, and I want to rise up to 150 from x-axis and comma minus 100. So our rocket start exact from this position, and its rise y-axis direction up to minus 100. We just change the y-axis value. We do not change the x-axis value. Then I'm going to define the duration of this animation. So I'm going to type dur 6 seconds. After that, we need to pass the fill mode, fill. So here I'm type fill equal to freeze. So after set this file, as you can see, it start the animation, and after complete the animation, it freeze the rocket at that position outside the frame. That's why you cannot see the element again. So if I set the same file, so after set this file, as you can see, again it start the animation and our rocket rise up to minus 100 and then stop, and it complete the animation within 6 seconds. And at that section, we are going to create the smoke tails. But before I create the smoke tails, I am going to change the ID name to make the animation fail, because I need the rocket to create the smoke tails at the right position. So I set this file again, and after set this file, you can see the result. Now, to create the smoke tail, first I'm going to create a circle. So here I'm going to define our first circle, and inside this circle, now we need to manipulate the cx value, cy value, and the radius value one by one using animate property. But before I'm going to set this file, so this is where we create our circle, and it is semi-transparent circle, and we need to manipulate cx value, cy value, and radius value. It's already suggests me to do that. So if I type tab, it already type code for me, and if I save it, you can see the smoke effect from this position. One by one, we animate the cx value, cy value, and radius value. At the same way, I'm going to create two other circles. So here I'm going to create another circle and set this file again. Now we have total 2 circles, and there is little delay between their animation. That's why we create this beautiful smoke effect. And next we need to create another circle at that position for the left side. So I create another circle, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, here you can see the result. You can see this beautiful smoke effect. Now if I run this animation again, let me show you. So I'm going to make it correct of its spelling, and I'm going to add T. Then set this file. Now you can see the beautiful effect. If I set this file again you can see the rocket rise up, and you can see the smoke tail of this rockets. So finally we achieve our result. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project.